Hello. We will go ahead and be starting our meeting here. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. And this is a regular meeting and a possible executive session, a meeting that we're going to have. I have now it's 10 a.m. and I call the meeting to order. Roll call, District 1.
This is Patrice Horseman from District 1. I am present, and I just want to say welcome to our first meeting in 2025. And I want to welcome Tammy to her first full meeting here with the board. Very exciting for us, the new board, to be together here. And then just a comment, Madam Chair, I am going to have to take a break from 10:50 to probably a little after 11:15, 11:20. I'm doing a press release for our monument, the Baj Navjo Itakagvini Ancestral Footprints, the Grand Canyon National Monument. So pleased to do that, but I will miss a little bit of our meeting. So sorry about that.
Thank you. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Thank you for being here for our first meeting of 2025. And again, I'd like to congratulate and welcome our new colleague, Tammy, on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, my fellow board members, for the welcome. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3, present and ready to get started.
Supervisor, District 4. I said good morning this morning. So good morning again. Thank you for being here. And I would also like to say welcome to Tammy for joining the board here. It's a lot of work and a lot of time, effort away from home and stuff, but it's well worth it. So thank you. District 5. Thank you, supervisors. May we stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation for God, indivisible. Thank you. At this time, we have a call to the public. We will now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be enacted upon by the Board of Supervisors. For items on the agenda, not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. If you have comments that are related to the public hearing item on the agenda, please wait to comment until we get to that particular item and open meeting and open the public hearing. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments.
Thank you, Chair Bigot. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door. You can fill that out and bring it to me. If you'd prefer me to read the comment. You can also make your way up to the podium. If you've joined us on Zoom, you can hit the *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Sorry, that's if you joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us if you'd like to speak. If you've joined by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click that hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do have Laura Weinecke on virtually that would like to speak. And Laura, I'm going to set the clock for 3 minutes. And if you could please state your name and address for our minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Begay, supervisors. My name's Laura Hunicke. I've lived on Townsend Winona Road, east of Flagstaff, for more than 20 years. I'm currently participating on the Citizens Advisory Group for the county's comprehensive planning effort. We have learned that county residents, virtually all, want the plan to prioritize sustainability, the long-term health and viability of our environment and our communities, and resilience in the face of climate disruption with adaptation to and mitigation of climate change. As a county resident and a member of this advisory group, I have 2 requests for your consideration right now. First, please begin now to set the stage for a comprehensive climate adaptation and mitigation plan as part of your overall sustainability planning. I know that in your capacity as the Flood Control District Board, you all are committed to responding effectively after fire to restore healthy communities and ecosystems. But I want to challenge you to turn more of your attention to prevention and mitigation of the real underlying risks, climate disruption causing heat, drought, intensification of fires, as we're seeing in LA right now, and more extreme precipitation. My vision is that the county becomes a leader in preparing our communities to be resilient and in reducing future climate risks. This means adopting an ambitious plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the county's own operations, and setting policies and offering guidance to us, your residents and communities, to reduce our contributions to climate change and protect all of us from the risks that are already present. Secondly, you all have a great opportunity right now to build some additional in-house capacity and expertise. There have been some staff departures from the county's sustainability program. I urge you to work with your staff to think about what kind of expertise you'd like to have, what kind of capacity for grant writing, internal leadership you need, and then move quickly to fill these sustainability positions again. The county really cannot afford to be without that kind of talent and support for very long. Thank you for providing opportunities for public comment and for allowing us to participate remotely like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Laura Hunicke.
Again, if there's anyone else that would like to provide a comment, you can make your way to the podium. Or if you've joined us on Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Chair Begay, I do not have any hands raised and no comment cards.
You can give them another minute, please.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of proclamations here. We have one that's consideration possible action to approve proclamation designating January 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. We have Michelle Rucker here.
Staff Initiative Against Trafficking. Before I read this proclamation, I just want to give a heartfelt thanks to all of you supervisors as well as county management for your steadfast commitment to the support of the work to end human trafficking and exploitation. I also want to give special thanks to County Attorney Ammon Barker as well as Sheriff Axland for all of the support, steadfast work, And really, all of the efforts that they have put in to help us have a victim-centered response to trafficking in the county. And we are very blessed and grateful to have such strong leadership on this issue here in the county. And it's not something that we see in other parts of the state. So I'm just know that we have such a strong team here in Coconino County. The proclamation today, designated in January 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, is as follows. Whereas Coconino County is uniquely affected by human trafficking, which includes both sex and labor exploitation crimes, because the economic forces that shape Coconino County also inadvertently contribute to human trafficking crimes, such as a thriving tourism industry, large geographic area, and limited affordable housing. And whereas the biggest misconception is that trafficking crimes happen in more metropolitan counties or overseas, when in fact, local and federal law enforcement have indicated that sex trafficking is happening in Arizona at an alarming rate. And whereas profit from sex trafficking is a billion-dollar business, second only to illegal arms trafficking and the illicit drug trade, because sex trafficking is a low-risk business where the commodity, human beings, can be sold repeatedly, unlike drugs or weapons. And whereas for any business to survive, it requires supply and demand. And there appears to be an unwavering demand fueled by easy access through the internet and a ready supply of both adults and youth that are constantly being exploited and recruited. And whereas since 2018, agencies in the Flagstaff community, the most populous city in Coconino County, have met over 462 victims through various law enforcement investigations. And whereas the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, FIAT, is a community collective of professional service providers and volunteers who want to end human trafficking by constructing a unified response for trafficking victims and survivors to get out of the life safely, educating and bringing awareness to the community about human trafficking in order to drive down demand, and collecting data to determine the true impact of human trafficking in Flagstaff. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim January 2025 as Human Trafficking and Awareness and Prevention Month to bring awareness to the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rucker. Are there any board members that would like to make any comments? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you so much for the proclamation and for the great work from Northland Family Health Center. You all have really been wonderful and leaders really for our community on this and on this issue. The awareness is absolutely crucial that we all can take a part on. And then the training that you've done, not just for community members, but for the county and for the staff. And so I want to thank you for all of your hard work on this issue. It's just amazing that we are dealing with this and dealing with to the degree and level and the depth of which you've outlined. So thank you again. And we all want to be partners on ending human trafficking. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez?
Thank you. Thank you for the proclamation and bringing the awareness and for your advocacy on this important issue. We don't have to remind folks that we live on the corridors of I-40 and I-17, which are major trafficking corridors. And so it's really important that people in our community recognize the telltale signs of human trafficking so that they can bring awareness and call law enforcement so we can pull people out of this trap that is a scourge in our community. And if you don't think human trafficking is happening in our county, you're wrong. Like I said, we're going through the I-40 and I-17, and your efforts show that and highlight just how much work there is to be done. So thank you for that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your work. I really enjoy working with your organization and all the partnerships that has been created. And there's a network of partners, even with the tribes. And I really appreciate your effort in working with our departments and also with the surrounding organizations it's really important. It's really sad to see we all have social media. And I have social media because I'm an elected official trying to get information out. And but when you log in, the first thing you see is another person missing. Farmington, Shiprock, Chinle, Gallup, Tuba City. These are really rural communities in the heart of Navajo Nation mini farms, where you would think that these people are unreachable. And yet this is happening. And so when we, and many of them are not found. And people are searching every day for their loved ones. They're hoping to hear from them. And human trafficking is so dangerous. It is so, it destroys families because families start blaming themselves. I should have talked to her more. I should have talked to him more. I should have done this. I should have done that. It's a really, really sad situation that it creates. We here in this room, we all know it. But in our communities, there are ways that you can save yourself. Should there be a incident that you're in the wrong situation, our sheriffs has a situational awareness training that they do out in the community. Ammon and county attorney, sorry, our county attorney and our sheriff have been doing scam trainings. There are internet advice, to be able to take care of yourself. But when you walk out the door of a building, make sure you have your keys in your hands. Look around. Look where your vehicle is. Is there anybody else around? Is there a van nearby? And if you're caught, what do you notice? What is it that you need to do? You have your phone, then call this number. There are ways that you can save yourself. And after that, there's a lot of mental health. The families are crying for how to be able to bring health back into their family, to themselves. And I know at my office, we're always asking people to, seek counseling. And it's a really a sad situation that comes into our office here. And I know with the supervisors and your office, and they go around looking for help. So anyway, it's really important that we recognize this proclamation. Really appreciate you bringing it here and appreciate working and attending. There's a conference that you usually do, trainings that you do. So if you can announce those, that would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowlers. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Begay. And I appreciate the comments that have been offered by my fellow supervisors. I don't really feel I have a lot to add beyond that, except to say Ms. Rucker, our county attorney, and our sheriff, thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for this proclamation. It is something that is very easy for me to support.
Thank you. I also want to say, there's a lot of things that that's out there, as mentioned by previous supervisors, and how to deal with it, even after, when the families are can't find their loved ones. There's a lot of them. And Supervisor Fowler mentioned, every time you open Facebook, there's somebody else missing again, but where are they going? Why? Then you start thinking, you get more possessive of your family, but they're adults, but you still wonder about your kids and making sure that they're not vulnerable to that, or they have to be aware of their surroundings and making sure that they get to point A to point B. And I for myself, I usually tell my kids, if you're going over there, let me know, text it to me. When you get there, you let me know. So that way I kind of keep a tab on that. But I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that's been put into this. Thank you for the partnerships and thank you for everyone that's involved. You know, it's a community thing, and it's not just only within our county. It's also within the, everywhere else. So you hear about that, and it's really dangerous and it's really sad. And, I just feel that we're helpless to a certain extent too, because you can't do too much about it as we can, but, as a home within the home, kids got to go places and do things. And so we have to be really put a strings even on our adult kids, and then making sure that our grandkids are aware of these surroundings. So thank you everyone for, for being here to listen and to be part of this proclamation. So therefore, may I have a motion to approve the proclamation designating January 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
I would certainly make that a motion to approve a proclamation designating January 2025 as Human Traffic Awareness and Prevention Month, and as more fully set forth in our complete proclamation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, okay. Motion made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries. Thank you. I don't know if we want to do a photo op here or after both of them. Okay. Okay, so we're on number 2. The consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating January 27, 2025 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And we do have Mr. Harris and others here to do the proclamation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I wanted to introduce Coconino County Community Relations and Special Events Manager Brian Harris, Congregation Lev Shalom member and former president Gary Perlmutter, Chabad of Flagstaff Molly Blank Jewish Community Center Rabbi Dovi Shapiro, who will be reading our proclamation today, and wanted to say thank you to our community members and to Brian for helping to address this topic and bringing it to light.
Good morning, I'm Gary Perlmutter. And just before I read, I want to also offer on a personal note, I'm honored to be here today. And most people don't know this, but my mother is a survivor of the Holocaust. And so this is very meaningful to have this opportunity. So thank you. Whereas on this International Day of Commemoration, we honor the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust, the millions of other innocent victims of Nazism. We embrace the survivors and their descendants. And whereas January 27th, 2025 marks 80 years since 7,000 prisoners were liberated from Auschwitz-Birkenau camps on January 27th, 1945, a date that is now International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas we honor the memory of victims who perished in the Holocaust, we stand with the survivors and we recommit ourselves to ensuring that all such atrocities never occur again. While those who lost their lives remind us to reinforce our duty to counter all forms of dehumanization and unimaginable suffering. And
whereas we reject any form of Holocaust denial, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate, we reflect on the heinous acts of the Holocaust and affirm that never again will such an atrocity of murder and genocide threaten human dignity. And
whereas on August 22nd, 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors passed and adopted Anti-Discrimination Resolution 2017-50, supporting cultural, ethnic, geographic, and religious diversity to draw upon the expertise of our community and resolve that racist propaganda has no place in our country, while unequivocally condemning any advocacy of racial supremacy. And whereas we acknowledge our responsibility to educate future generations about the Holocaust, to foster respect, tolerance, and to stand in solidarity with those who face oppression and injustice in all corners of the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of remembering and honoring the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and ensuring the horrors of the Holocaust are never repeated, we do hereby recognize January 27th, 2025 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day and encourage all Coconino County residents to combat bigotry, human cruelty, and anti-Semitism, and instead recognize the diversity that strengthens us. That's the conclusion of the proclamation. I just want to thank the county supervisors, the county representatives, the staff. Thank you for letting us share this today. And I also want to share that my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She survived Auschwitz. Many of us know that there were 6 million fellow Jews and many others who were murdered in the Holocaust, brutally taken from us. My grandmother managed to escape from a mound of dead corpses. She was able to sneak out and survive, amongst many other stories of her life, how she was able to survive the Holocaust by miracles. And our family is eternally grateful to her for her strength and her courage, and grateful to God for her survival. And thanks to her living through the Holocaust, despite all the horrors, we're able to be here today, our family. And I just want to finish by sharing that I think just making it really practical is to recognize that we're all created equally by God. And equality doesn't mean that we're all exactly the same. It means that despite our differences, we could respect each other. We could respect that we all have different cultures, different upbringings, different families, different nationalities. Everyone is still created equally before God, and we have to treat each other equally. And I think that when we realize that this is what makes our world beautiful, is our differences. Imagine we all thought the same, we acted the same, we all even voted politically the same. It would be a very boring world. And so if we could actually just respect one another for our differences, and whether it's our physical appearances, our beliefs, our traditions, that's what makes our world and our community a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, I'd like to see if any of the board members would like to make a comment. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you all for your comments. And, 80 years seems like a long time ago, but the hate, the prejudice, the racist propaganda, the oppression, the injustice, it lives on. And it is important for each one of us to be vigilant, to speak up, stand up, to oppose, and when necessary, to combat the kind of prejudice and racism and dehumanization that created the Holocaust. So, thank you for Holocaust Remembrance Day. We remember it because it's never going to happen again.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you, Chair Begay. I would just like to thank you guys for coming here today. My daughter and I it was either a 2 or 3 week trip in Eastern Europe several years ago, starting in Hungary, traveling through Austria, the Czech Republic, ending in Poland, where we were in Krakow, and I actually walked through Auschwitz, visited Birkenau. Although I have traveled much internationally, I will tell you that this is the one trip that I came back from forever changed. And I have shared this story with others of why there's not enough time here, of why it forever changed me. So I appreciate this proclamation. It is not possible for me to be more supportive of it. And thank you for sharing the personal stories that were also told here today.
Thank you, Supervisor Andras. Any other comments by the board?
All right, well, thank you for this proclamation. The Holocaust was a great human tragedy. Shouldn't be repeated again. And, you know, as we look through and think about it, we need to think about how we maintain that respect for the other, right? And respect all. That's why diversity is so important. That's why it's so important that we're vocal and we talk about the differences amongst ourselves, but in a respectful way. Because when you take it to that point where you dehumanize someone, it's easy to kill them. And that's what happened during World War II, unfortunately. And we can't allow that to reach that level again. And there are places and times here in this world right now where things are happening, where we have to reflect and see, are we really respecting all? And are we allowing things to go too far? And so part of this, remembering the Holocaust, is reflecting on what we can do better to respect all. I really appreciate your words, Rabbi, about respect and diversity and how we all need to respect all. And I really appreciate the fact that you brought this to us so that we can reflect among what's happened in the past, what's happening now, and what we can do in the future to make the world a better place. Because at the end of the day, that's what we all want. And we're just trying to find a way to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I read a book, The Cost of Free Land. If you have not read it, read that. It talks about this. It talks about a Jewish family that comes from Russia to United States for free land. They were given free land out in South Dakota, Jewish family, and they were running from just how they were treated. And yet they were put on land where Native Americans were removed from there. And it really distinguishes between the Holocaust and just the treatment of Jewish people and Native Americans. And just how, you know, like right now, think about where you live right now. Whose land is it? Whose land was it? And how did it come into your hands? That is something we have to all think about. It's these federal policies that have come through. And so the federal policies that were used against Native Americans here, that was a learned textbook for the Nazis to use that against other people. And so when we think about federal policies, our own policies, when we think about our federal government, you know, that it's not a nice government. When we think about Holocaust, think of how many Native Americans have already been slaughtered by then. How much land's all taken. All of this was, is and always was and has been in Native American land. And so really appreciate you bringing this here to us. And I encourage everyone to read the book. And it's just really an eye opener of the history of this one family. And also just talking about the Native American side, really good research that was done. And today, we still have to be on guard as minority. Just the words that come out of our leaderships that are coming into office, the words that are said without second thought, that are on the internet. We have to be very conscientious of where we're at, who we're with, who we're talking to, and everything. I think it continues today, and I really appreciate you bringing this here. And yes, we all strive to make sure that everyone is safe in their own home, in their communities with their and we work so that we have well, healthy families and healthy communities. And this is part of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I don't want to talk about what has already been said, but I think in all, the Native Americans have really also been treated similar to where the long walk, they got all these people in one place and they were killing them off, children be dying along the way of the walk, in the Bennett Freeze areas that we're constantly faced with still as of today. We can't even go in there to make homes or anything. We can't even repair a window in a Bennett Freeze area if you live in that area. So you see a lot of plastic that's just covered in some of the homes there or people. So there's a lot of things that have happened. And then the joint use area, the joint use area is the whole thing, the whole part of it. And then having to relocate everyone that could be relocated. So there's a lot, and it's not only one set of people. It's all around somehow. But I personally feel that it's not good, to be treating each others like that. And also that, we should respect is the word that we were looking for today, is respecting one another, helping one another, and just be helpful to one another. And so I think that goes a long ways. So I just want to say that thank you so much, that we're all going to be together, and then we constantly talk about diversity here on the board. Diversity, diversity, diversity. So even with employment, we talk about diverse. So anything that comes our way, we like to, because we want to be board members that have, that can make a difference, even if it's slight, that we want to move forward with this. So thank you so much for the proclamation. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion.
Chair Begay, I would like to make that motion, please.
Okay, is there a second?
I can second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Ontiveros and then second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. At this time, we'll do a little photo op quickly, and then we'll go back to our meeting. Thank you. Okay, moving forward, we are at the consent agenda. I would like to ask at this time, all matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately?
If I may, Madam Chair, just trying to make it easy. There are a number of people who are with us. We want to thank them all for being here. They are going to be appointed for some of our boards and commissions, which is so important for us and so important for the work we do here in Coconino County and for our residents. So I would ask that we remove from the consent agenda. And obviously, if I'm missing something, please, members of the board, help me on this. Item number 3, number 6, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, number 15, and number 16.
5.
Okay, we have 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, and 16.
Correct.
Okay,
Also recommend that we pull item number 7.
I
Okay,
apologize.
I
missed
like
that. Thank you.
to pull number 5, 7, and 8. Number 27, 28, 20. So that's 5, 7, 8. Number 20, 27, 28. Yeah.
motion's been, is there a motion? Give the motion.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to accept the consent agenda, except for most of the items on it. No, to accept the consent agenda, except for items 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, and
20,
27 and 28,
20.
Number 20. Also,
and number 20.
thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to item number 3. Oh, no,
And I
let's
make a motion.
let's do the
to-
motion
I'll-
here.
Have a
I'll
motion.
second that motion.
Okay, motion has been made by Supervisor Fowler or
actually,
Horseman,
Yeah.
and then Supervisor Ontiveros. Okay. Okay. So going back to number 3.
Can we
And I-
vote?
Oh, aye.
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 You guys are rushing me. Like,
Sorry,
we had to hurry?
sorry.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, back to item number 3. Appointments. Consideration possible action to approve the appointment of Elise Fisher to the Board of Adjustment from District 2 with a term to expire January 14, 2029.
Alish is on virtually, Chair Begay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank or approve the appointment of Lacey Fisher to the Board of Adjustments for District 2 for a term to expire on January 14th, 2029. And just like to thank you for participating and agreeing to be part of the Board of Adjustments for the next 5 years, or 4 years, excuse me. So if you're online, if you'd like to make some comments.
You may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alish Fisher. The spelling and pronunciation don't match. You are quite welcome. I am grateful to be able to give back to my community in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. With that.
Thank you.
Then
like
I'd
to-
second that motion.
Motion made by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Horseman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item number 5, consideration possible action to approve the appointment of Chris Wani to the Board of Adjustments from District 5 with a term to expire January 14, 2029. I thought that was already approved.
It was already approved. wasn't removed, so.
All right. Yes, Chris. Oh, it's time.
I'll be up in just 2 seconds. I know I've got to leave here in just
So
a minute.
I like to just combine 5, 7, and 8. I like to just really thank our community members coming. John is here in the audience. I don't know if he wants to come and say a few words, or Rob. I don't know if you're online, or Chris. These are volunteers that are willing to serve the community and the community Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the Board of Adjustments. I just want to remind all these community volunteers that, even though you live in Flagstaff and you represent your communities, you really are representing the whole county. So when you are appointed into these positions, please learn about the county or the districts, and not just the district that you are appointed to, but throughout the whole county, from Fredonia to Page to out into Ashford and down to Forest Lake. It's really important that our views and our decisions are in the best interest of the whole county, because now you're like, I represent District 5, but I'm on the Board of Supervisors and I represent the whole county. And so that's the mindset that we need to remember that we have. So thank you. John, would you like, since you're here and you've served before, you'd like to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you. Great deal of thought, because I'm not exactly 40 years old anymore. 4 years from now, I'll almost be just about 86. The other thing that went into this for me was the feedback that I have gotten from numerous people, not just my immediate neighbors, but throughout the county that I've worked with in the past, who basically said, you can't quit. That's it. Some of those statements are very powerful when you look at how you as an individual evaluate being here. And I have to thank Supervisor Fowler for stating my belief in serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission is that I represent the entire county. All of it, every bit of it. Not just District 5 or previously District 2. So that's enough. I've said enough for everyone, I think. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks so much for stepping up again. And institutional knowledge on a committee or commission is really important. So I'm sure the other commissioners that are coming in new, we always learn from others, so it's really important. So thank you so much for stepping up again. And I want to thank Chris and also to Rob. They're not here, it looks like. So with that, I move that we approve these 3 individuals for the positions.
I would like to second that motion, please.
A motion been made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? 1 abstention. Okay, now we're going to item number 6, consideration and possible action to approve reappointment of Sat Best to the Planning and Zoning Commission from District 2 with a term to expire January 14, 2029. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'd like to invite Mr. Sat Best to come up and say some comments. I really appreciate his time on the Planning and Zoning Committee. Previously, he was a representative for District 1, but as redistricting has occurred and he is now in District 2, he is now on the gonna be on the Planning and Zoning representing District 2. two of the other members that Supervisor Fowler just elected to or appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission for District 5 previously represented District 2. And so we're kind of switching things around as redistricting has now gone into effect as January 1. And I'd just like to say to all of the members who are being appointed, who are voluntary members, who are putting their time, including Supervisor Ontiveros for many years, to look at these land cases and to really help decide what our county is going to look like in the future. These jobs are really important jobs, and they're not getting paid for it. They're doing it because they love our county and they want to participate there. And so we're really grateful for your time and energy in doing so. And so with that, I'd like to give it over to you, Seth.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and thank you for appointing me. I appreciate it very much. I've been doing this for a long time, almost 20 years. And it's been really a great experience in a world of sometimes wild politics, especially lately. My experience in the county has been that we are an island of political sanity where people can have different points of view and yet talk to each other and share common positive values. And that's how I see my job on the commission, is balancing frequently conflicting values that are positive and that really make our world go around here in the county. And I liked what Supervisor Fowler said about the entire county. It's a big county. It's the second biggest county in the nation. The diversity of landscapes and plants and animals and people and the diversity on this board is fascinating and fun to work with. So it is a lot of work, and John and I are not getting any younger. We're almost old enough to be running for president of the United States, and maybe that's what we'll do next. But I want to thank you all very much, and I've had a great run, really enjoyed it. And I look forward to the next 4 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Sounds like both of you need to get some mentors. Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to make the motion to appoint Sat Best to Planning and Zoning Commission for representing District 2.
And I would like to second that motion.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Vasquez and seconded by Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? One abstention. Item number 9. Consideration possible action to approve appointment of David Hayward to the Planning and Zoning Commission from District 1 with a term to expire January 14, 2029. Do we have David here? Okay.
Hi there, nice to meet all of you. I will take the fact that Supervisor Horstman left not as a personal reproach. But I'm very proud to be honored. I'm honored and very proud to be appointed for this role. Strangely enough, planning and zoning is kind of one of my passions, a passion I've inflicted on John, I think, personally in the past. I'm looking forward to working with both of them. Unlike John, I am 40, so I suppose I look forward to that being another 46 years of working with all of you. And I think the other part I'd like to say that was great to be able to sit here and hear two important things, both from members of our public and from the supervisors, that I would hope to carry forward into my time on the commission, which is both recognizing the harms that have occurred to people in our community in the past, as part of our nation's actions. Also recognizing the future that we all need to protect in terms of climate change and building that future for our children. And then also to add to that, one of my personal passions, which is affordable housing and providing housing opportunities for the neediest members of our community. So I thank you very much for the nomination, and I look forward to speaking with all of you more and working with you in the future and with you guys as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So is there, do we do the motion?
Madam Chair,
Okay, hold on.
members of the board, if you don't mind, Vice Chair Horseman cannot be here, so David, please do not take that personally. She has a conflicting
Oh, yeah.
engagement, but she did leave a few talking points, so if you don't mind me noting those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vice Chair Horseman notes that David has land planning focus on projects that require complex management of multiple development issues with significant community involvement, pushing for equitable housing opportunities and help develop the largest number of new affordable housing units in Flagstaff in quite some time. Vice Chair Horseman believes that makes him uniquely qualified to provide additional expertise to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and she would like to thank David for his service. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to note those comments.
Thank you, Andy. So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Vasquez and second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain. Okay, for item number 10 and 11, we have consideration possible action to approve the reappointment of Deborah Harris to Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for 4 years, term to expire December 31st, 2029. We are also going to consider item number 11, which is consideration possible action to approve the reappointment of Kara House to the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for 4 years to expire December 31st, 2029. We do have Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, I do believe that we approve these under the consent agenda, but since we have Ms. Deb Harris here and we also, I believe, have Ms. Kara House on virtually, I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the opportunity to have them and come give some comments. And I just wanted to thank them for their continued volunteerism to help support the ADAC Council and continuing to further the efforts of diversity in our community. And so, Ms. Deb, if you'd like to come up, thank you. I am mistaken. We still have to vote on them, so.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I'm very proud and honored to be reappointed, hopefully, you haven't voted yet, to the African Diaspora Advisory Council. I have the honor of being one of the original members of that council and have been a consistent member for the last, has it been 20 years? 20 years, so. Thank you very much, and I hope to continue to do the good work that the commission has done or the council has done over the last 20 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Begay, I would like to ask if I could speak a few words. This is a District 3 appointment for Ms. Harris.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to state that Deb Harris has been a member with ADAC since 2002. She has been instrumental in the partnership with the Southwest Neighborhood Association. She is also a contributor to the success of Juneteenth with our partnership with the Murdoch Center and the Lived Black Experience Coalition. Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. And we'll just go ahead and with the, since both of them are pulled, can we just
Kara
go?
is on virtually as well.
Okay. Hello.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for having me here. It's truly an honor to come before you today as you consider my reappointment to ADAC, the African Diaspora Advisory Council. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to continue serving our county's Black population. Being part of this council is really more than just a role for me, it's a calling. It's a chance to advocate for the diverse voices and lived experiences of the African diaspora within our community, and an opportunity to celebrate the rich culture and contributions of Black residents while addressing challenges that persist and to work towards meaningful progress. I am very much committed to listening deeply, acting thoughtfully, and ensuring that our work reflects the needs and aspirations of the people we represent. And I want to thank you for your trust in my dedication to this vital work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Deborah Harris and then also Kara House. Since we pulled these two, could I have a motion for items number 10 and 11?
I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Ontiveros and second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain one. Item 15, which is consideration possible action to approve reappointment of Donna Kastner as Chief Deputy Recorder with the authority to act on behalf of the County Recorder pursuant to ARS 11-409 and enumerated in ARS 11-401. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisor, Chair Begay and Supervisors. I am very honored to continue what's now 20 years with the county. I started in 2004 with the Recorder's Office with an entry-level administrative position. And I enjoy what I do. I look forward to 20 more years. I was appointed Chief Deputy Recorder originally in 2013 by Patty Hansen. Just recently Patty retired and Aubrey Sonderegger was elected as our new recorder. And I am very honored that she has chosen to keep me on and reappoint me and to continue the work for the voters of our county with the Recorder's Office. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing our service with the county.
Thank you, Donna Kastner. Any other comments by the board? Supervisor Fowler?
Donna, thank you so much for your interest in staying on and your knowledge of how the Recorder's Office and just all the different programs you have, you and Patty have developed so many great programs that just touch every resident out in the community in Coconino County in a very positive way with your election, voter registration, and even you've been digitizing all of that. It's just really great. I'm really happy that you have decided to stay on and stay with Coconino County and that you were reappointed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, 20 years is a long time. And so thank you for staying because as our previous recorder has just retired, you maintain the institutional knowledge that we need to make sure that our recorder's office is done right. And so thank you for your service and look forward to working with you in these next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. I'm glad you stayed and you're going to help us again. So I just want to say that a recorder's job is very important. And I think, we had to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed and, you're well versed in that area. And so I just want to say thank you and for being and wanting to stay here with us as a county. Thank you. With that, do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstention? One abstain. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 16, consideration and possible action to accept the appointment of Jennifer Stock as the Coconino County Public Defender. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Begay, members of the board. One thing I've been so impressed with in the past year where I've been more exposed to county level meetings is how collegial county leadership is with each other. And I look forward to being a part of that. Every employee of the Public Defender's Office is committed to the representation of the indigent people in our community and protecting their constitutional rights. My predecessor, Sandy Deal, set a culture of support in our office, and I hope to continue that culture as well. I really had everything planned out that I was going to say. This is why I have notes during my closing arguments. I would just like to thank the board for the opportunity to continue to lead the Public Defender's Office. And I will do my best to use my best judgment to give the employees of the Public Defender's Office everything that they need to continue their jobs and to be a representative of Coconino County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments by the board?
Yes.
Supervisor Fowler?
I want to thank you for stepping up and accepting this appointment. And it is such an important role. This role really, people get caught in situations where sometimes they can't get out of it. A lot of times they can't afford anything by the time they're in your office, sitting in front of you and your staff. So, and they come from across the county and sometimes elsewhere. So I really, it's a challenging position, and just want to thank you for taking on that challenge. You're already familiar with it. You know what the job is. You've been there. And so I just want to thank you for really taking this leadership on, and your willingness to work with everyone else. It's really a great system that we have. Our legal system really works well together. So thank you. I appreciate you stepping in and taking on this challenging job. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Again, as my colleague said, thank you for stepping up and taking the appointment. This job is not easy, but it's a very important job, and there's so many folks in our community that depend on the public defender's office in order to make their lives, fix situations and mistakes in their life. And that advice, that counsel is so important for so many folks in our community, and it's important that it has good leadership. And so we trust in you and appreciate you taking on that role. Thank you.
Supervisor Longeveros?
Ms. Stock, again, I appreciate the comments that have been made by my fellow supervisors. I'm not going to repeat them. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this position.
Okay, my turn. I just want to say thank you for stepping up. And I think there's a lot of positions that we had people that stepped up, and taking over the predecessor's jobs. And, that's something that's is good, within the county. You don't have to go back out and try to find somebody that's, been working in those capacities. Or I think, our county employees are well-versed, and, they're very talented, and then they have the experience and, running the show after somebody's been planning on leaving, and then the longevity of it, that's another thing, where people want to stay longer. So thank you so much for stepping up, and thank you. And we're here to help you. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Ontiveros and second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? One.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 20. Consideration possible action to approve notice of a termination for the Arizona Department of Housing Inspection Service Agreement for the plan review and inspection of manufactured homes and factory-built buildings.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Jay, our Community Development Director here. I just wanted him, we already had meetings with him regarding this issue, but I thought it'd be really good for him to explain what this is for the public. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisors, good morning. Jay Crystalman, Community Development. Everybody left, so it must not be all interesting. I'm taking it personally. So we did meet with each supervisor individually prior to the holidays to discuss the department's desire to terminate the inspection services agreement with the Arizona Department of Housing, which is our agreement with the state to permit and inspect manufactured homes and factory-built buildings. So prior to 2010 or 11, the state performed those services themselves in northern Arizona. They actually had an office in Flagstaff that had a Department of Housing individual, an ADEQ air quality individual, an HHS staffer. But after the economy crashed, they closed the office. So they delegated those authorities to Coconino County. Well, we agreed to take on those responsibilities. And in the last year, the state of Arizona, I think Governor Hobbs ended the hiring moratorium for a number of state agencies. And there are now 2 local Arizona Department of Housing, Northern Arizona representatives that are here in this region. So we intend to give those services back to the state of Arizona. Through our inspection services agreement, the state does allow us to collect the fees. They're woefully inadequate to cover the cost of providing those services. However, the Arizona Department of Housing is subsidized to perform those duties. So they're better suited to do it than we are. And as a matter of fact, most Northern Arizona jurisdictions have given the inspection services agreement responsibilities back to the Arizona Department of Housing. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We don't hear much about counties giving back to the state of Arizona. It's usually the other way around. But this is really, I think this is great that we're having the state take over the inspection, and really that's the service provided by the state is really important. So I just thought this was important for us to know, and to know how we're working with the state right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Appreciate it.
Any other comments by board? Okay.
Chair Begay, I'm just going to add that if it is being funded by the state and it's been woefully underfunded to Coconino County, this seems like a good decision on behalf of the Coconino County taxpayers, as well as, I'm sure, community development staff. So I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, for your presentation. And we did discuss this at length, so I just want to say thank you for sharing it with the community and the public too. So
Thank you very
with
much.
that, I'd like to ask for a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve this item.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 1. Okay, next item, we have consideration possible action to approve Arizona State Parks Project Sponsor Agreement number 782504, providing funding in the amount of $344,415 and associated budget adjustment to purchase a submersible remotely operated vehicle, night vision equipment, medical supplies to continue our law enforcement and emergency services rescue boating program on Lake Powell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And I believe we have James Stang online to address this one. And if there are any questions, Supervisor Fowler, I believe you had pulled this item. Please let us know.
Yes, this item is very important. I just want to let the board know and the public know that we do have boat patrol on Lake Powell, and there's Donna right there.
Yes.
And we have these items are so important for our boat patrol. We have accidents that happen, and they have to go rescue at night, and as well as all hours of the day, and they are in need of these equipment. There are other equipments that are needed, but at least these are here now, and I'm really appreciate this being purchased, and the state of the parks, Arizona State Park, being able to fund this. So I'm just really happy about these equipment going to our boat patrol. Donna, you have anything to add?
Yep. Kathy Allen is with us to address. Yep. Morning, Kathy.
Good morning.
I'm
Good
sorry, Kathy.
Okay, that's
Kathy, yes.
okay. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I actually have our newly appointed Operations Commander, James Stang, with me to answer any questions you might have. But we're just very happy to have received this award from State Parks, and we appreciate the board's support of this program. We have had to use this type of equipment from another county about 4 times in the last year. And of course, that causes delays, for the family and for our operation. And so we are just really excited to have received funding so that we can have our own equipment and, use it for our search and rescue operations when we do have an incident in one of our lakes. And I am happy to answer any questions, or I can put Commander Stang on for you if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Comments?
I have no questions.
Supervisor
Thank you,
Fowler?
Kathy. Looks like there's no questions. I really want to sorry about calling you Donna. This is such an important project. We've gone on the lake with our boat patrol, and just the need that they are with these equipments, just really and working in partnership with the Glen Canyon National Park there, and even Kane County. There's some multiple agencies that work together. So thank you so much. With that, Madam Chair, that I approve this item. Motion to approve.
Okay, Supervisor Fowler, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? 1. Item number consideration and possible action to approve an agreement with the Coconino County Accommodation School District for supporting the continuation of the Building Youth and Resiliency in Schools program, providing essential school and community mental health services in the amount not to exceed $125,000, and ratification of the attached agreement for the period July 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024.
Cheryl, thank you, Madam Chair. Cheryl, I pulled this item just to, as for all the other items as well, the other schools, Flagstaff, we have Williams, and anyway, just the work that you're doing in the mental health realm. And since the pandemic, as we all know, mental health has been a huge issue in the schools, as well as our communities. So this grant, this grant seems small, but really is important. And I wanted to just give you some time just to talk more about this program that you have built up in our school systems. And I'm just really impressed with the amount of work that you're doing in the housing area and all aspects of just really helping out our school districts out in the communities.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Fowler, Chairwoman Begay, and members of the board. Yes, what we were able to do is, if you may remember, you approved a 3-year grant, Building Resilient Youth in Schools, to increase academic performance and the tie to and student success to mental health supports in our school for both our educators as well as our students. And so what we were able to do, the reason these amounts are smaller, was we were able to take advantage and wrote a proposal to liquidate funds and rather than return funds for monies not spent. And so we were able to put it into the schools. And so many of the schools went ahead and were able to continue on with their counseling services and paying their counselors with some of this funds, continue their work with us with literacy for SB 1572, as well as continuing to educate our administrative staff and general education staff on how they can better support kids so that they are successful academically as well as just overall. well-being in life. And so we had the luxury of being able to write a proposal, have it accepted, to liquidate the funds. And so we either were able to continue the services directly out of this office or pay for them so that they could continue to keep their counselors and mental health supports into this academic year, which was 24-25. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Really like your holistic approach in building this program out in the communities. The schools are limited in their services, so you really seek out professionals to help them out, and this is one of those programs, so thank you so much. There's no.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I'm just really encouraged to see that our schools in Coconino County were receiving the support for mental health services. It's so crucial for our communities, especially for the school districts that are outside of FUSD that don't have the same kind of resources. And so I'm just really excited to see this funding come about and these programs servicing our rural communities. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Ms. Mango Paget, thank you very much for the work that you have done in getting these funds. As stated by my fellow supervisors, this is a very important cause. So thank you very much for your time and effort.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for willing to work with our office and allow us to accept grants and to fund our programs. They're continued. We have twice this week and last week deployed our crisis intervention teams to our schools. So it takes all of us in Coconino County to ensure that our schools have the services they need. So thank you again.
Cheryl, just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff do and soliciting grants and making sure that you put the money where the money is badly needed. It really helps the community, especially mental health programs and other programs. I think it's very important because of this day and age that, we're living now. There's a lot of, things that are going on. And I just want to say thank you for your hard work. And thank you again. With that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Is there a motion on this item?
So move.
Motion made by Tammy Alva-Travers. Second by, what was that? Oh, it was you? Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back.
But I will second it.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler, second by Tammy Alva-Travers. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
At this time, we are done with all our consent agenda items. May I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. And we are now in the Flood Control District Consent Agenda. All matters under flood control consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board wishes to consider separately?
33.
Okay, and then,
Yeah, I would like to see, in addition, 34 and 35, just so we can get a little sense of what's going on out in that flood mitigation area.
okay,
Thank you.
so we'll take each one of them. Each one of them. So is there a motion by the direct? Okay, so now we have a motion. And
Now, we go to 30.
where are we at now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we go back to the agenda, item number 35.
Okay, 33.
33, I mean.
I I pulled 33 thinking that we're going to talk about all of them. So now they're all full,
Absolutely.
so that's good.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
thought I'd give you an opportunity to provide us an update as to where we are and with the fires that are happening in Los Angeles, and just prayers to our to fellow counties there that are just, I know we've gone through the fire like that before. We know what it's like, and we just pray for all of the residents and resources to be available for them. But, and here we're in a drought here ourselves and we haven't had any moisture. And I know we're all concerned. I hear it from our residents, and then we have our own project that we're working on with the flood district. And I thought that it'd be a good, opportunity to just give you a short update to where we are with our projects here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. Yes, I really do want to extend, just the heartfelt sympathy to the families and those impacted by the fires in the LA area. It's incredible tragedy, and I wanted to share that. As most of you know, I served on the Federal Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission, and we are authoring a op-ed piece that's going to be put out nationally to reiterate the recommendations that came from that commission. Many that I think will be born once again, shown to be important for us to, for Congress to consider implementing in ways that we could, as a country, improve not only preventing wildfires, responding to wildfires, mitigating and recovery from wildfires, because the commission covered all those elements. And so once that's published, I'll certainly give you a copy of that. But that'll be an important opportunity for us when we're back in DC in March to really, into February, March, to really reiterate those messages. In terms of our projects here, I'm really excited to move these three. These are three guaranteed maximum price. As you know, we have a contract to perform the work, construction work in the flood area. And these are, we actually only have one more GMP that will come to you. As you can see by the amendment numbers, particularly on forest, I think we're up to 23 or 24. Significant work has been done in the area. And now we're turning our attention to the government tank flood corridor, which is the one furthest to the south of Campbell. That was really devastated in 2022, even though the largest rainfall event we had was a 10-year rainfall event. And so we're bringing forward mitigation for that area. And these three components of the projects, these three projects within that flood corridor are here in front of you today. Very excited to move these forward. There'll be one more, which is the crossing at Highway 89. That will come forward probably in about a couple of weeks to a month. But these, we're really excited to culminate this work. Been a long haul, but frankly, we haven't even hit the 2-year mark from when we actually got the federal funding. It'll be 2 years in March and April that we received the federal funding. So tremendous progress, great partnerships with the federal agencies, great partnerships with, various entities throughout the area, and with the neighborhood, with the property owners who have to provide the drainage easements for these measures. It's happy to get out our new board member and director to the flood area this past week. So she had an opportunity to see the area, and I appreciate you taking the time and the magnitude of the work that's underway. So thank you for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
So thank you. And this is such important work that we continue. And, part of this is community education. And I think we need to, even though this is about the time we have, I just have to ask, I think we need to start doing some more community education. We have people that are calling and asking that the Forest Service be closed, you know, and I think just people are in fear of what could happen again. And, you know, that's where I think community education comes in. We're also, you served on the national committee, and that is such an important committee. And also, I'm on the NACO Governmental Disaster Relief Task Force as well. And we go back to DC in January for our convening that task force together. So, you know, as the county, we are recognized at the national level, which is really important. And that's where we get our resources from to be able to really plan out, strategize, and be able to fund these much needed projects that are here.
Absolutely, and your role on that group will be important, particularly related to FEMA and some of the challenges that we've seen with some of the policies. And so really look forward to supporting you with that role.
I would just like to add, she mentioned that I got to go with my district director on tour, I will call it that, last week. It is one thing to read about this, to hear about it, but it is a completely different thing to actually see it in person. So first of all, I want to thank you for your time and setting that time aside to actually give me that time to get out there and see see it with my own eyes. I also had the opportunity at the meeting before we left to, I guess, be brought up to date, do a deeper dive into some of the financing that really helped me understand what we are dealing with here this morning. So thank you for that also, and appreciate all the very hard work that you have done over the many years in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda, for the presentation and discussing, you know, the progress. It's been a long go since the fires of 2022. It doesn't seem like that long ago, but it was 2.5 years ago already. And, you know, the progress that's been made is amazing. And so, you know, I really want to put a shout out to you, your team, the contractors, Tiffany Construction, all the folks that made this happen, and the scale of what's been done is really amazing. I mean, when you think about it, took 3 years just to get a shovel in the ground after Schultz, and to think 3 years later, all of the watersheds are close to being done. That's amazing work, and that's a tribute to all of those folks, yourself included, and all the folks at Tiffany that worked Schultz and brought that institutional knowledge to these fires to be able to push this forward and make it happen. And then also kudos to my colleagues who went to the Hill to help advocate for the funding, because we were able to bring over $120 million to these projects. This is not coming out of our flood control district monies, well, except for the match parts, but the majority of it is coming from outside sources. And so we're really grateful to NRCS. We're really grateful to the Forest Service and different funding sources that have helped create this to get us to this point. And I really look forward to seeing how the final pieces of this project come together and how the Protect Grant helps upgrade Highway 89. So thank you.
Yeah, and that is the next step, is the Protect Grant, and we're now at 132 million. And with these GMPs, if approved today, we'll be at 105 million in terms of expenditures. And you're right, that's a tremendous amount of money, and harkens back to, our need to continue to invest in forest restoration as well, so that we don't continue to experience these kind of impacts. So thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. I know that you've met with some of us, in regarding the updates on these items. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the staff that, are making these things possible. And certainly, it's nice that, we all work together to get some funds, to get that in the hands of the county and then to the district. So I just want to say thank you for being there and making things possible and workable in any way, shape, or form, to make ends meet, So I just want to say I thank you so much again.
Thank you. We have a fabulous team and you've been leading that team and I truly appreciate that leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 33, 34, and 35.
I second it.
Motion been made for items number 33, 34, 35 on the Flood Control District consent agenda. And we have a motion and a second. Is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain, motion carries.
Thank you. And I'll be back this afternoon with a financial update as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're done with flood control. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? And motion carries. Now we have the Health District Board of Directors. May I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors? Okay, motion made by Supervisor Fowler,
Second.
second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the Health District consent agenda item number 6?
So
Or
move.
we can pull it.
So move.
Okay, motion's been made to go ahead and approve item number 6 under the Public Health
36.
36. Okay, Public Health District consent agenda. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Director Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So move.
A motion made by Director Fowler, a second by Director.
Mhm.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm not sure if we should break for lunch right now. I think, okay.
The jail.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do the jail district then. Okay, we are now in the jail district consent agenda, item number 37.
Madam Chair, I move that we resolve to Jail District Board of Directors.
Okay, ma'am, yeah, that's been done by Supervisor Fowler, Director Fowler.
Second.
Second by Director Contreras. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 37, consideration possible action to approve a contract with Piper Sandler to provide debt services to the county jail district in the amount of not to exceed 110,000.
So move.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Director Contreras. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Fowler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I move that we resolve as a Board of Supervisors.
Okay, motion by Director
Second.
Fowler, second by Director Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're on item.
And I'm back, Madam Chair.
We were going to take a break at a certain time. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we can take a break for 15. I think.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have a few other items that we could cover prior to lunch if you do need to take a
Okay.
bit of a break. I think
Okay.
that would be fine, but we would like to cover state and federal legislative matters, and then we can go over the planning calendar as well.
Okay,
prior
go
to
ahead.
lunch.
Go ahead.
There may be a need for a bio break, and so maybe take 5 minutes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to take a picture because
Chair Begay.
this is his last presentation to us. Yeah, we can't rush that. Hold on. Yeah.
We will have a photo
Thunder and
op.
lightning's right here, don't worry.
We will have a photo op after this.
Yeah, we will.
Chair Brigade, board members, it's been a privilege to work with you. I'll just note that before I turn it over to Keith, today the Supreme Court did not take up Utah's non-appropriated public lands case. However, the House rules they have adopted rules that do say public lands have no monetary value, which allows them to dispose of them easier because there's no loss of revenue under the rules that the House has adopted.
So they're going to sell them for zero?
That's what the rules imply, but that's just a caveat there that the House has adopted rules to signal that ongoing posture as it relates to public lands. Given the time constraints, Keith has prepared an update, and again, it's Friday is my last day with the county where I'll be transitioning to NACO and as the Public Lands Director for the Research Center, not the Policy Steering Committee. And it's been a privilege to work with you and the Board of Supervisors, the county staff, the management, and all the department heads and staff throughout my time here at the county. And wouldn't be here without the support of this organization and many, many people that have worked here and continue to work here. So thank you for the opportunity to serve and to have public service with you in such a dynamic organization. And you can always give me a phone call. I will be in the community. I'm not relocating at this time, but thank you for the opportunity. Keith?
I will miss Gregory along with the rest of you, but fortunately he'll still be in town, so we'll hit him up for lunch or dinner or something. So my presentation will probably be less dramatic since I'll just be talking about state and federal stuff. Since I could dance or something, but I'm not very good at that. Since Gregory started out with the court ruling, I guess I'll start with the federal update and kind of keep consistent with that, and then I'll talk a little bit about the state of the state address that the governor gave yesterday. I probably won't get into state legislation yet because they're just getting started, but I'll let you know what priorities the governor outlined. In terms of federal legislation, there's probably two important bills that we're sort of tracking or to update on. One of them that's probably less known and less in the press is that President Biden signed the Explore Act this week. And it's, yeah, it has some good things for the county, or certainly things related to the county. It supports gateway communities around national parks. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We have 2 national parks in this county that have over 5 million visitors a year. So obviously we're within the county, there are several gateway communities, but the county in general certainly is. And then, so that has some provisions and also to deal with infrastructure maintenance, parking challenges, development, housing, those kind of things. We'll see how that goes. Probably also from the county's standpoint, what's really important is the expansion of good neighbor authority is in the Explore Act, which also involves counties and tribes being able to retain the value of the timber revenues to put back into projects and things like that. So that's a really big deal for something that Jay and Lucinda and the board and everybody in the county has pushed for in the Farm Bill and other mechanisms. But in the Explore Act, that's a piece that's in there that'll be very valuable for Coconino County or potentially so. I think I'll leave it at that on that one. The other, I think, piece that we're watching or that everybody's probably aware of on the immigration front, the House passed the Lake and Riley Act, which you're probably familiar with. It requires for people that are undocumented that get arrested for crimes like theft and shoplifting and other things like that to hold ICE detainers for them. That passed in the House. Part of that's based on, of course, Lake and Riley is the woman that was murdered in Georgia by a undocumented person that had been released on a theft charge and then killed her. So within the Arizona delegation, every member of the House voted for that bill, including Greg Stanton, who's a Democrat, except for one person who voted against was Ansari, who's the new congresswoman for District 3, which is the district that Ruben Gallego used to represent. And then
Raul Grijalva was not present for the vote, but he has voted against it in the past and probably would have been a no vote, but we don't know because he wasn't present. So passed with the support of 48 Democrats. Goes to the Senate. I will mention that Senator Gallego is co-sponsoring the act and that Senator Kelly is supporting it. So it's, I think it'll be it's an act that provides some people, I think the public tends to see it in black and white, but there's some complicated aspects to it. But in terms of the black and white frame is it's pretty tough for some people to vote for something that says it's okay for undocumented people to, commit serious crimes and not be deported. The act's a little more complicated in terms of holding people for accusations of crimes, not necessarily convictions and of lesser crimes. But that's just something to be aware of because I know there's efforts within the community, more at the city level, to get the city on record on things like sanctuary city and stuff. So I'm sure your constituents will approach you and you'll have to navigate, how you want to message on that. But the county, of course, doesn't really have a role in that other than awareness, and the community members will be concerned about that. Before I go to state updates, does anybody have any questions on the federal updates or the Supreme Court ruling? Oh, I guess one other thing I should say on federal is we have board members met with our lobbyists this morning to talk about different things as to what we're going to message when we go to DC, and we'll work to get a schedule together for everybody. We got a lot of input and we'll have to put that together and figure out what makes the most sense in terms of a DC schedule. So that'll be a work in progress, and I will communicate with members on that. I guess to make sure I don't take up all of Andy's time, I will get to the state updates. The main issue here is we had the governor gave her state of the state address yesterday. A couple of our members, I think, were on the floor. I think Supervisors Fowler and House Horseman were down there, invited by some of our lawmakers. So great that we got the invite and got to hear the speech. I think she went about 46 minutes and covered a lot of priorities. First on education, she talked about extension of Prop 123, temporary suspension of the aggregate expenditure limit. And then I think she raised concerns about the empowerment scholarship accounts. And I think she used language like $1 billion boondoggle or something like that, because certainly there have been some expenditures within those accounts that people view as questionable, and it doesn't have some of the accountability that some of the other government programs do. So she did raise that issue, but it'll be a tough challenge with the legislature because the majority party is very committed to those ESA accounts. So we'll see how that plays out. They may make some small reforms, but ESAs won't be going away. In terms of law enforcement, she did signal for public safety officers and Department of Corrections in the state, 5% pay increase. In housing, she wanted to prioritize extension of the state's low-income housing tax credit. Also want to pursue further regulation of short-term rentals. Not sure what that looks like in the state because there isn't a lot of authority to do things like that, but she did signal as a priority. So we'll see what kind of plan they come up with there. No, that's an issue that Coconino County has tried to address. She also looked at trying to extend Working Families Child Care Act. She did have a significant part on health care in terms of statutory right to contraception, right to in vitro fertilization. So she did weigh on the reproductive rights issue there. And then finally, I think of interest is she also talked a lot about water. Water's a big issue in Arizona. They did bring up, of course, that the Wilcox AMA was established recently and other ways of regulating water. She's also watching. I know they're going to try to work on rural groundwater this year because next year they're going to have to deal with the Colorado River water and the tribal settlements and stuff, which she, of course, mentioned. And then on rural groundwater, she kind of put that back out there that the legislature should do their job, that she would rather not establish active management areas in rural areas if she doesn't have to. But she said if they don't do anything then she'll have no choice probably, but in those places that are losing water to take action. So she kind of put that out there, like if the legislature can't figure it out, an alternative to AMA, especially in those basins that are losing water and seeing subsidence and those issues, that she's not afraid to take executive action if that's what's required. And I think I'll stop there, but happy to answer any questions or entertain comments.
Well, I was present, Madam Chair. And I thought it was interesting that, you know, a lot of talk about working together and being able to, I guess they were trying to encourage each other to work together. And I thought that was pretty interesting. And I'm also, I'm really happy that the governor has put out her platform. But also Peterson just also mentioned that counties need to release the cash flow records. And I thought that was interesting. And I don't know how, you know, as counties, we're just gonna have to always we're always looking at the state, to the legislators so that they don't do something that doesn't agree with us. And it looks like they're getting geared up for that. So this is something we have to really look at. I'm not sure what else that they're doing. I know they really want to look at elections again, and we have to really put up some, we have to protect our voters, and I know that's going to be coming again.
Yeah, there are some election bills. I know one of them was the one to try to do away with vote centers and not large precincts, and that one's problematic for rural areas and probably even for the urban areas. So we'll have to watch that. Your first point was good, though. I do think both sides, in a sense, did talk a little bit more about cooperation. They feel a little less confrontational. It's not an election year, and they've had a couple years together to kind of work around things. So there's some evidence, or some, I shouldn't say evidence, but there's some indication that both sides actually want to get some things done this year, which could be a change from her first term, or the first part of it. So Supervisor Horstman.
Madam Chair. And first and foremost, you know, I think we do need to acknowledge, Greg, we're going to miss you. And Keith, welcome. You know, you are someone we're looking forward to take up the reins. I think you too. Thunder and Lightning were a very strong team. I don't know if you're going to be Thunder or Lightning remaining, or maybe you have to embody both, but we look forward to you helping us lead the charge. And it is a new session, but it's a lot of the same stories. And I think that's what we heard when we heard the President of the Senate, Peterson, basically provide their state of the state just before the governor provided her state of the state. One of the things I thought was very important is her emphasis again on groundwater and rural groundwater management, something that, of course, our county has been very active in and we will continue to be active in, and would like to see this legislative session come up with an ability, a tool for rural communities to be able to have a say and authority over their own sustainable water future. So was certainly very happy to see the governor not only making that an emphasis in her state of the state, but making it clear, much as she did with the Wilcox Basin, that if we don't develop a plan for local control over groundwater, that she will use use her executive authority, quite frankly, to develop AMAs to allow that local control. So that is kind of an imperfect tool, if you will, for local control. And so hopefully that'll be the impetus for both sides to work together. So very happy to see that. And I know we in Coconino County and this board will continue to be active on that.
And I think Thunder and Lightning rolls off the tongue better probably. I was thinking convective thunderstorm, but that doesn't work for one person. So I think we'll stick with lightning. I was going to say just one correction. It was, I believe it was the cast vote record that Peterson was seeking. So that's an elections related thing rather than cash flow, I think. So Gregory whispered that in my ear. So it's a cast vote. It's, you know, to match the So, yeah, or maybe I misunderstood, but anyways, cast
I'm
vote,
sorry, I
yeah.
missed, yeah.
Yeah,
I meant
no
to
worries.
cast.
Yep.
Yeah, those are election attacks that continues, and that really jumped out at me when he was saying that. I didn't mean to say cash, or did I say it right? I don't know.
I don't know. So anyways, we got it right now, regardless of whether it was right or not in the first one, but probably was. So otherwise, I don't have anything else, and I'll pass it over to County Manager Bertelsen. Any other?
Chair, before that, I want to thank Gregory as well. Thank you. I had to take a picture of you standing there for the last time that you report to us. This is Friday is your last day here, and what an honor to work with you. Just you and Keith are such a great team. Where you are known across the country, just your quickness about you with everything, with your jokes, your writing, your analysis, and you're able to respond just like that, and to be able to bring in historical knowledge of these intricacy of mechanical things, and then of people and books and everything that you could think of. And I just want to thank you. And you've brought so much to our county and have done so much. And you studied and you got your PhD here working with Navajos and working on Peabody, and just your knowledge of energy based on that. It's just really has helped us. I just want to thank you and learn so much from you, and look forward to working with you in your new capacity. And just, I think that I'm just really proud that you're the one that's going to be setting up that office and being able to steer it in the right direction. So I just want to thank you. And you've been here with us for a number of years, and everything that we've done together has been just amazing and exciting and fun. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. You couldn't say it any better, and I'm at a loss for words, but just thank everyone that's, welcomed me into their home. Not being from Northern Arizona, there's been a lot of hosting of me in different places, whether it was at NAU, at Supervisor Horstman's house, at Supervisor Ryan's house, at up on the Navajo Nation, in many different communities. Sheep herding for a month was eye-opening, and so just thank you. It was a privilege, and I know that we'll continue to work together, especially with your leadership roles at the National Association of Counties and the large tracts of federal public land that we have within this county and across the West. So the work will continue. Always can call me. I want to pick up the phone. I don't want to lose relationships that I've built here. I want to continue that and continue to serve in a different capacity on behalf of a little broader spectrum across the public lands of the United States. So looking really forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah, since this is your last board meeting, I would be remiss in not saying a few comments. Gregory, thank you for your service over these last 4 years. Really appreciated working with you and what you've brought to the table, and look forward to, as my colleague mentioned, look forward to working with you in the future in your new capacity, and wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Remind me how many years you've been here.
I started 7 years, December 4th, 2017.
Okay, that is what I thought. You and I have grown together, if you will. I was Matt's appointee to the P&Z, which is where I first met you 7 years ago, which honestly seems like yesterday. And the way that, we've grown, I mean, you've gone in your different direction, but we've kind of grown in this together. And I just want to thank you for the work that you've done, and thank you for your willingness to be able to allow us to call you and ask you questions so we can continue to lean on that expertise.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. I remember when I was signing up all of Matt's appointees for the Women Leadership Conference here in Flagstaff. And it was an honor to work with you. I think you even were on our merit selection committee for our judges. And so I've had an honor to work with you in some different capacities. And while I know that I won't be here for the start of your term, but I'm a resident of District 3, so thank you for your service.
Thank you, Greg. You always told you, you're the best and that you always help. You're always there. You get on things, just instantly, and you share as much as information. We're going to miss that, but Keith is here. So, and thank you for you willing to have us, to continue the dialogue, with the relationship that was built here in Coconino County. And we'll miss you and thank you for all the services that you've done. If I need a sheep herder, I'll call you up.
Happy to take a break and disconnect in the Hogan with some sheep and sage and hauling water. It's with the chaos of our world sometimes that there's a lot to be said about that. Thank you.
It's noontime, and in the spirit of time, I can go over the planning calendar quickly, or we could take a break. It's at your discretion. So Lindsay will pull up the planning calendar. Just quick, thank you. And I just want to say, Gregory, we talk about spirit and intent, and Gregory's intent in his work is always good. And that represents the person that he is. And in the spirit of diversity, Gregory, you are one of the most interesting and knowledgeable friends that I am able to share friendship with. I think the world of you. And I'm going to miss working with the duo of Thunder and Lightning. So in the spirit of time, tomorrow is a big day for our supervisors. We have the Tribal Legislative Day at the Capitol, as well as the County Supervisors Association Legislative Reception tomorrow evening. And then new supervisor orientation. Talked to Craig Sullivan, our County Supervisors Association Director, who is just wonderful, I will add. And I believe 17 new supervisors that will be taking that new new supervisor orientation. Next day, January 16th, Thursday, Medium County Caucus, and then CSA Board of Directors meeting. And then we have the Martin Luther King holiday on January 20th. It's my understanding there are some activities happening around our communities and which our board members will be active. We don't have a board meeting on the 21st, and then our next board meeting is beginning in the afternoon of January 28th. We'll give a financial update, which we're all very excited about planning our financial future. Supervisor Ontiveros and I talked about having a crystal ball. Well, we do our best to anticipate what our financial situation may be looking like. And also a big day for us, our National Association of County interim resolutions, as well as our state and federal legislative agenda discussion. Also wanted to note, we would like to add and we've been having discussions, emergency management preparations discussion as a work session. We just talked to Tim Carter this morning, and in the spirit of the public comments that we got from Dr. Huneke today, we are, and Lucinda's still in the room, we are very much on the front end of planning efforts for resiliency, particularly with our flood control work, forest restoration, emergency management, and planning. We will continue to be. Also, we want to have a work session in the near future on economic development with our Board of Supervisors. So very much looking forward to having a collective discussion with that. So we'll work on plugging in some dates in our planning calendar. Also, we do have a public hearing on the 28th on the Happy Jack Lodge zone change case. This is something that was continued from 2020, I believe, and so this is a case that many of our supervisors are very familiar with. So looking forward to our first public hearing of the year on the 28th. And then in the February 4th, going into February, Flood Control District long-term planning and financial update. Lucinda's going to, there's a slide in her presentation today that will start that discussion, and then potentially a facilities master plan discussion. Most importantly, in February, well, not most importantly, but very important, February 5th, we currently have an all-day board retreat for strategic planning. This is a continuation of our retreat from previous. We're very much looking forward to that. And then as we plan for our legislative visits and the National Association of Conference, we all leave, I believe, middle or at the end of February for that, and then the NACO legislative conference is the beginning of March. So already in those planning efforts for that, and very much looking forward to those discussions. And so with that, I'll conclude in the interest of time. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I don't have a question, but Madam Chair and Board, I will not be able to attend the January 28th meeting. I'll be en route to Washington, D.C. for the NACO Intergovernmental Disaster Reform and Task Force meeting there. So just want to let you know that.
Supervisor Fowler, is there any chance you'd be able to attend online if possible, or you would be out of, just thinking about potential?
If I have a chance, I will be able to, yes, I will certainly try.
Yeah. The reason I ask is
Yes.
because we do have a public hearing, and so I
I
just
know,
want to make sure
yeah.
that we meet our.
So I'm gonna really try to do that, and I'll look at my flight and see where I can tap in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we're coming up on break. You may have, Chair Begay?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a break up till 2:15.
1:15.
1:15.
We will come back and talk about.
Yeah, I saw two.
Everyone's favorite topic, travel policy with Siri, and then following travel policy, flood control district planning efforts led by Lucinda and team. So thank you. And then we have an executive session at the end of the day led by County Attorney's Office, Civil Attorney Bill Ring. You may have noticed a mark on my forehead. It is not from beating my head against the wall. It's much too early in my tenure. I was playing volleyball on Sunday, and my daughter hit me in the head and face twice. And Erica Philpott said that she felt badly about it. And she said, no, actually, that's what you get for getting in my way. So that, welcome to my life. So anyway, it's great to see everyone in our first meeting. Thank you.
Would it be possible to take a photo? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back from our break, and at this time, we will be doing the presentation discussion regarding changes update to the Coconino County travel policy. It's going to be done by Siri here from Finance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So I know everybody has had in their packet the information. So if I will make some assumptions about kind of baseline on the travel policy, but I'll also offer that if you have anything that you'd like more information on, first of all, one of the things that we did was we met with all of the district directors, and they have been provided the most in-depth training on travel policy. So they're really your frontline experts on this. You're welcome to reach out to them for more information, or of course, if you'd like more with me, please go ahead and schedule some time, and I'm always happy to answer questions as well. The other thing I will note on the county travel policy is that by and large, the information in the travel policy that was adopted in July for implementation in January was unchanged. Our old policy was just very difficult to navigate, and it referenced the state policy quite a bit. And so what we did was we took a look at the situations that apply to about 90 to 95% of our travel situations and outlined it better in our policy as a county to make it more easy to navigate for our travelers. The other thing I will note is that this travel policy applies across the board to all of our travelers, whether they're board members, whether they're frontline staff. It's the same policy that applies to everyone. So as we look at travel policy, and again, our new policy, the policy we had in place, a quick background is that it was based on the state of Arizona travel policies. And the reason for that is that we do have a duty as an organization when we travel to show the public benefit, the public purpose, and to do it in a way that's economical for our taxpayers. And the state of Arizona has spent a lot of time coming up with a policy that they feel meets that definition. If we were to deviate from that, and when we deviate, we have to be able to explain that it still meets all of the criteria for economical travel for our taxpayers, which is why the starting point is the state of Arizona, and that we can be more restrictive, but we really need justification when we're going to be less restrictive. So with that, I'd like to direct you to the handout. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen because I think I will mess that up unless you want to come help me pull that up. But you all in your packet have a handout that looks like this. So across the top, it says Travel Policy Comparison, Coconino County and the State of Arizona. And I'll just start kind of going over some of the highlights of this document as you're pulling it up. But what we've done is we've done a quick compare and contrast on the county's policy and the state policy. And anything highlighted is where we feel the policy itself is more navigatable for our travelers or is more beneficial or generous to the travelers. So the first thing on here is the length. So we took 161 pages of state policy that's in more than 30 sections, and we put it together in a county policy that's 22 pages. So it's much more easy to navigate than the state when there's a question. The next section that we're looking at is meals and incidentals. So one way that we feel we're more beneficial to our travelers, where our policy is slightly more generous, for lack of a better word, than the state, is on our meal and incidental reimbursements. The state itself requires itemized receipts for reimbursement, and it's on a per meal basis. So, and the county does not, we just pay the per diem. So for any eligible meal in both cases with the state and with the county, it's always still eligible meals. That eligibility is essentially the same. But what it looks like for the county is that you just get the dollar amount regardless of what you actually spend. So an example that I like to use on that is that sometimes maybe there's a meeting where you have to leave early in the morning and you'd be eligible for lunch and dinner and you're staying overnight. In my case, sometimes I like to pack a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and just eat it in the car for lunch. And then I'm like, you know what? I know there's a really good restaurant where I'm going, so I'm going to spend a little more on dinner. Well, in that case, the county will reimburse for my lunch and they'll reimburse for my dinner, regardless of what I spent. What the state does is they would say, well, you don't have documentation on an itemized receipt that you purchased lunch, so you don't get lunch reimbursement. And if you went to the fancy steak restaurant or something for dinner, that's nice that you maybe had spent the amount that you would have for lunch and dinner there. We're only reimbursing you up to what you spent on the dinner portion, regardless of the fact that you basically had foregone the lunch portion, right? And so what that means for the county is that you have flexibility to use your per diem to purchase meals, to not purchase meals, to select your restaurant, those kinds of things. If you choose to just eat at Taco Bell and pocket the rest, we're not involved in your decision making whatsoever, whereas the state is. So hopefully that makes sense in a way that we're more beneficial to our travelers. And the way we can justify that is that it's very time intensive to do that reconciliation on a receipt by receipt basis. So that's how we've made that determination. Another place, again, where our new policy differs from the state is that we allow the $5 per day incidental without any kind of justification. So if you land in a city that's really hot and you need a water bottle, the state policy would say you can take an incidental by purchasing that water bottle, but you have to show us the receipt. Or if you want to tip your housekeeping staff, you have to write a memo that that's what you did. The county policy just says you're eligible for up to $5 per day of additional incidental, and you can claim that. So another difference is that the state actually deducts that from what you're allowed for your meals as well. So you're allowed to claim the incidental, but it actually lowers your meal reimbursement. Ours is on top of, because we all know that people, when they travel, there's always something, right? Maybe you forgot your toothbrush. Maybe you spilled something on your suit and you need laundry. Whatever it is, that's what the incidental is intended to cover. The county policy is also based on the federal GSA rates, which are more generous. They are studied more often. They are updated more often. So the federal rates for travel is what the county uses, whereas the state of Arizona has more restrictive rates. I'm still on page 1, sorry. Yep, there you go. Thank you. Okay, and so actually I am gonna, there's more information on meals, there's additional information on lodging, but hopefully like really the message that you're getting as you go through this, again, if you have additional questions, please reach out. But by and large, the bolding is on the left-hand side, meaning the county policy. This is where we're highlighting the deviations, but we do have reasons and justification for all of those instances. Great. Okay. You can see, people can see the, people can see the presentation? Okay. All right. All right. So going back to this, just one more piece of background that I think is really important. I mentioned your district directors have been trained on this policy. Additionally, the county finance department has been to every department at least once to provide travel training to all of our travelers. We've offered in person, we've offered on Teams. Some departments have preferred more of that train the trainer approach where we trained their administrative staff and then they are, disseminating information, but every department has had the opportunity to attend travel training for anyone who's traveling. And we're really proud of that. That was a huge initiative. It meant going to outlying areas. We have Sammy, our trainer, with us. She's been very busy doing that. We also have a website that's updated where any traveler, and this is really intended for anyone in the county who's watching this, please check our website because trainings will be continued to be offered periodically in person. You'll have options. You'll also have Teams options, and there's a recorded training as well. So all of this information is out there. So in general, having the policy it's a protection for leadership and staff. Again, this is all expenditures being for a valid public purpose, required to conduct business. We know when we travel that is what we're doing. But we need to also be able to demonstrate that to the public. There's a very different message of, county staff goes to Disneyland to ride Space Mountain versus county staff has meetings in Orlando, Florida for, strategic planning for national counties that have, fire danger. I mean, if you ride Space Mountain on your own time, I will join you. Okay. But I think you get the idea. Documentation is key, right? So what we're able to show as to why we're doing what we're doing is important because otherwise there is a tendency, especially with travel, to have a negative headline test. Okay, so this is all intended as a protection. Again, if you have questions though, please reach out. If something odd happens, also documentation is key. That's kind of the message here today. The other thing, just very quickly, that you're all familiar with is the pre-authorization form. The board has a pre-authorization form. It mimics the one staff has. You all should be familiar with a document. It looks like this. And I think it's actually on the next slide too. So I will wait for the next slide to pull it up. But what the pre-authorization form, and you all were the earliest adopters of this form, and that's great. Because what that does is it provides for you as board members a review process where the chair has said, yes, I understand why this board member is traveling. for this purpose. It aligns with their duties as a board member, and the travel dates and times look reasonable. So therefore, the travel looks good to sign off on. What it protects all the board members from is that then when travel commences and that traveler returns, you're not in the position of saying, I think it's reasonable that this supervisor spent money on this Uber, or I think it's reasonable that this supervisor claimed this lunch. That's not your role, right? Your role is the oversight, the policy. Is it an authorized, reason for travel that aligns with your job? You don't have to be in the weeds of all of the documentation as you had to be before. So we're really breaking out those functions into where they make sense. Okay. So what it looks like with the elements. So as your reviewers, because everyone may take a spin as board chair and have to approve this. So what you should be looking at, I know that's how you refer to it. It's like driving a car. All right. So the departure dates, are the departure dates reasonable? So if there's a meeting and it's out of town and the conference runs from Monday until Wednesday, do the dates sort of align with the travel that would be required for Monday through Wednesday? Or are the dates maybe, the Friday before and the Friday after, and maybe there's some personal time tacked on there, right? So you just want to look at that for reasonableness. And then if something doesn't make sense, just make sure it's explained. Maybe those dates were tacked on because also the governor is going to be at that conference and you have a meeting with them the day before that you were able to schedule because you're both out of town there. Just put that in the writing, right? So anybody who looks at it can also make that reasonableness determination or document, yes, I have family that lives there. I'm paying for nights 1 through 2 myself, and then I'm going to attend the conference, and the county's going to pay for those dates. That's okay too, right? So just document what you're doing. Yes. Oh, yes, Supervisor Vasquez, please. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so I'm just going to continue on this form, but again, if you have questions or if I'm going too fast, please stop me. But the other thing, I'm trying. Okay, right. So there's a reason why that box is the largest where you're describing it. So again, this is our opportunity to tell the public what we're doing and explain the travel. So that should be the most comprehensive. Then we have estimated travel costs. So again, we're just looking for reasonableness. If you're the traveler and you're filling this out, first of all, please, I would work with your DDs to have them fill this out. But if you are filling this out with them, the encouragement is to estimate a little high. So maybe you're unsure of the tax rate on the hotel. And so you want to put in a 20 or 25% hotel tax. That's okay. You have this many nights at this much estimated cost. Because at the end, when you return, it's going to be the actual, we're going to get the itemized receipt for that hotel. It's going to be in alignment. But why I say estimate a little high is that you're coming up with a total. And again, what's being authorized is that trip for that total. Now, a question that I anticipate you all having is, what if my plans change? So there's two things. So on the back, there is a box to explain a change if the cost varies by more than 10%. So maybe we had to add a day because we were going down, we were spending the night for CSA, and we found out a legislator was available the next day at 5 p.m. And so we tacked on an extra night for efficiency to have that extra meeting. That's great. Put that in the box. It just requires just a initial essentially by the chair explaining that difference. So we understand plans can change. We want to be as flexible as possible while still providing all the documentation necessary to have a solid public record for you all so that there is no question, again, coming back to that documentation and just explaining. So any reasonable person who is going in and looking at these transactions can understand what happened. Okay. So just, again, estimate maybe a little high because we do have that 10% variance, but then beyond that, if plans change, that's when you're going to want to, talk about that. All right. So I'm going to just go high level over some of the things that are in the policy. Again, this is kind of at this level, this is kind of the 75% of scenarios I would say that we can cover quickly. So as to what's allowable and what's not. So lodging is provided if travel is more than 50 miles from the duty station. And I know you all have defined duty stations. So more than 50 miles and includes an overnight stay. Commercial establishment means hotels by and large. If for some reason an exception is to be considered for a non-commercial establishment, please give me a call and we can talk through the documentation that's required. My only caution on the commercial establishment rule for lodging is that there's a few elements that need to be considered. So the comparability at times of something like an Airbnb or VRBO to a hotel is not always easy to come up with because those sites tend to add on fees and cleaning fees and taxes and all the things at the end, versus a hotel that you can get on the front. And so what may look more economical in one view, by the time you get to the end, may not actually be. There can be the optics, right? Hopefully I'm just being sarcastic, but optics of county party house, right? We maybe don't want that. And then employee safety and protection, because we know that hotels have a certain level of security generally in their hotel rooms that may not always be offered with an unknown of a non-commercial establishment, like a room in someone's house or a house that we don't know the neighborhood if it's out of town, and our own privacy of our employees, because maybe maybe you have a traveler on your staff who travels with a CPAP machine and they don't want to tell their coworkers that. But if you're sharing a house, that may be harder to, not let people know, or, just some sort of medical condition. So we just want to be very mindful also of the privacy of the people that are traveling on behalf of the county. So that's really the general underlying between the lodging at a commercial versus something like an Airbnb. Yes.
Can you define duty station? I'm not really clear what that means.
Okay, sure. So the board actually, I think, has paperwork that they fill out every year defining. So I will let Lindsay explain the board specifically.
Sure. At the beginning of each term, the supervisors designate their duty station. So we'll have to do that again since the board is starting a new term again. And essentially the Arizona statute requires each supervisor to designate their duty station. And the definition of that is where you as a supervisor do the majority of your work. So we'll have to do a call out to each of you to designate your duty station and put it on the next board agenda for approval by the whole board as to where you designate your duty station.
That's it. It's just a matter of saying where we want it to be, regardless of indicia as to where it really is.
It's very general. It just says where the supervisor does the majority of their work. What you might want to consider is that someplace where you're meeting your constituents? Does it have a meeting place there to do so? Does it have a computer station to check your email? So obviously we have offices provided upstairs here in this building, but if you're finding that you're doing the majority of your work somewhere else, then that's where you'd have to designate as your duty station. And that goes on each of your travel claims. It designates where your duty station is. So every time a travel claim is done, obviously for auditing purposes, it says where your duty station is, because as Siri says, then that's going to be where that 50-mile radius also comes into play for whether you get lodging, if you're going somewhere. So that's something to think about as well.
And supervisors, if I can, just for any travelers in the county who are watching this back later, for county staff, generally your duty station is going to be the location of your paycheck. So it is going to be a county facility rather than a personal residence for all of our county employees.
If I may add, Chair, members of the board, I just looked up the Arizona Revised Statute is 11-215, Board of Supervisors Duty Station Travel Policy. It says the Board of Supervisors shall establish a duty station for each board member at an appropriate location in the county. For the purposes of this subsection, duty station means the place where the board member spends the largest portion of the board member's regular workday or working time.
Is that a specific building? Is that in Flagstaff? Is that, Tuba City? How specific are they talking about?
Thank you, Supervisor. It should be an address, I believe. There should be an address designated. Okay, so one other thing on lodging. Lodging also has a per diem, and again, we follow the federal rates that are studied for every area in which you're traveling. But if you're attending a conference and there's a conference hotel, oftentimes that hotel is going to be above the nightly per diem, and that's okay. So if you have the conference brochure that says this is the meeting location and times, or this is the conference meeting and location and times, and this is the hotel where it's being held, it's okay to go ahead and book there. What you want to be mindful of is booking at still the rate that's offered as the conference hotel, without upgrades and things like that. And I should have mentioned this earlier on. Of course, those things can always take place. If, for whatever reason, for personal comfort, there are things that you prefer, you're always welcome to add those on at personal expense. This is just to tell you what the county will cover for reimbursement. It doesn't take away free will to, have personal expenses and have room upgrades and things like that. This is just more awareness of what the county will reimburse for versus what might be a personal charge. For non-conference travel, if you are unable to find lodging within the per diem rate, then we do have documentation requirements because we need to just show then the most economical of the options was selected. So usually that looks like a printout from like a hotels.com or something like that, or Expedia. But again, please work with your district directors. They've been trained on this. All of that documentation, having them have that will really help streamline things as they're doing your claim and providing that documentation for you. Meals and per diem, we did go over this quite a bit on the comparison. So I guess I'll just pause and see the big thing to point out is, of course, if meal is shown to be provided to the traveler at no cost as either part of the lodging or the conference or something like that, the county cannot reimburse for it. And so there may, again, personal preference versus what, so if you choose to have lunch somewhere else, it's just knowing what is allowed to be reimbursed. And again, this goes back to the state. And so you'll see on that handout that we were looking at with the comparison, the direct references to the state policy on this. There is, though, a medical accommodation. If you need to have a medical accommodation, an example would be if someone has, say, celiac disorder and they were not offered something that was celiac compliant and they have medical accommodation, then that would be an exception and they could get the lunch or the breakfast or whatever compensated as a per diem reimbursement because they have the medical information on file. But also there is just the ask that the traveler, even when they have the medical, they ask for the accommodation. And for example, I've traveled with someone in our office has a pretty severe allergy with the EpiPen. They won't let me stab her with it. I don't know why, but she has it. I've traveled with her. She's asked for an accommodation and she's been fine. And so it really just first making the ask and then going into, if that's necessary because it was not accommodated.
Siri,
Mm-hmm.
what are places that they say there is breakfast in the morning and there's just juice and coffee and that's it?
Right. So this kind of goes back to documentation is key, right? And so it's up to you first and foremost, if you would like to direct your staff to try to schedule you at hotels that don't offer breakfast, that might be the easiest thing, right? Because then there is no underlying breakfast included in the cost of the stay and you're eligible for the breakfast. Otherwise, really, there is a difference between a breakfast that has something like oatmeal or eggs or cereal or something versus kind of what you're talking about, coffee, orange juice, donuts. I know that this is an ask. So again, documentation is key, but if you wanted to snap a picture, that's fine. If you'd rather just go the easier route and say, I'm not staying at this, at a hotel that has it embedded because I often find it doesn't suit my needs, that's fine too. Okay, transportation. So the big one here to know is that upgraded seats, again, unless there's some sort of medical accommodation, seat selection is not covered. If the DDs have any question, we've been over this with them as well on how to select a seat or how to select a ticket without selecting a seat for an upcharge. It's always possible whenever you book a ticket, they have to give you a seat. You don't have to pay for it. They make it tricky, right? They want to trick people into paying for seats.
Just for clarification, obviously, if the supervisor wants to go ahead and pay for the additional, you certainly can.
Absolutely. Yep. Just like anything else, anything that, is more of a comfort thing for you, you are not precluded from doing that. Checked bag fees if you're flying. So in the policy, there's a number of bags. So if you're traveling for 5 days or less, then the county will reimburse you for 1 checked bag. If you're traveling for more than 5 days, it can be more than 1 check. It can be 2 checked bags, et cetera. So there is in the policy the number of checked bags. But even if you're just doing an overnight, you can always pay for a checked bag. You don't have to just do the carry-on. So that's really the message there, is that you get a minimum of 1 anytime you have an airline flight. Local transportation, those are things like Ubers or Lyfts or taxis. The tips are capped at 15% of the total. And the reason for that. Tips are covered for Ubers, rideshares, taxis. And if it were something like valet parking or curbside check-in or something like that, that would be more of like a personal tip, but you would claim the $5 incidental if you wanted to get reimbursed for it. So, or housekeeping tips at hotels. That's what the $5 incidental is intended to cover, or things like that. But yes, if you are in a rideshare, so 15%, and the reason for that, that's intended also as a simplicity thing for our travelers, because other policies actually say the tip has to be calculated only on the fare. And so if you've been to DC, you know that like a rideshare there also has a toll fee and a pickup fee and an airport fee and whatever. So 15% on the total, you're safe, okay? Rather than kind of trying to back into some weird calculation, okay? All right, so in terms of expense management, so when you're traveling, how can you manage your expenses? So use your county P card. That's why you have it. County P card for anything other than meals generally is going to be your best friend. So hotels, if you have to take a taxi or a Lyft or an Uber or something like that, if you have a parking fee for your rental car, if you have a rental car, all of those things should be covered. You all have issued P cards, or you will if you don't yet. I'm not sure, sorry, but you will. So use your P card, but the exception though is the meals. Please don't put those on the P card, because we want to reimburse you the maximum amount you can get, which is the GSA rate for that meal. If people put things on, then that receipt has to go in the system. We really don't want, public information of what everybody had for lunch. We don't necessarily care. We want to just reimburse you the dollars, right?
The other exception is that you do not use your P card if you're using your car and you're going to claim mileage.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Vice Chair. So that is a great caveat, is that, and let me go back to transportation for just a minute, because you're right, I should note that. When we're talking about reimbursement for using any kind of transportation, really we have three options for vehicle transportation of a vehicle you're driving. So first, a county motor pool vehicle. If you're driving around in a county motor pool vehicle and you put gas in it, you would use the WEX card that comes with the vehicle, and you don't have to file a travel claim for that if you have no other expenses. If you're taking, let's say, a motor pool vehicle, you're driving from here to Williams for a meeting and back, same day, nothing else. That's not special travel that requires a travel claim, because everything is already covered. The cost of the vehicle, the motor pool vehicle is covered, and then the WEX card will allocate the cost of the gas. Rental vehicle. If you're renting a vehicle, then you would use the rental vehicle, and your purchasing card would also cover the gas in that case. That can be both the same example. Let's say you had to rent a car. There was not a motor pool vehicle available to do the same thing, that meeting in Williams, right? That's okay. That is not a travel claim. That's what's called routine budgeted travel within county. It's same day. It's something that is on the face of it understandable. We understand that we travel within our own county as a function of our business, right? So that is something that doesn't require anything else. If you were to rent a car to go to Phoenix for an overnight, then it goes on your travel claim. But again, anything rental vehicle related, P card, okay? Then we have personal occupancy vehicle, so POV in our policy. If you're using your own vehicle and you're driving it, that's when we just do mileage reimbursement. So regardless of the gas, we only do mileage reimbursement. It is going to be more generous. Even if you're driving a Hummer, it's going to be more generous on the gas, because it's 70 cents a mile. So if you do the math, how many miles per gallon you get, 70 cents a mile. The intent is to cover not just the gas, but wear and tear on the vehicle, a portion of insurance, a portion of tires, oil changes, etc. So it's 70 cents a mile. So that is the exception. Please don't use your P card for anything related to your personal vehicle. Okay. I think the last bullet kind of goes without saying, but all documentation and itemized receipts are required in Munis. And that is our system of record. That is what gets audited. That is what we would pull from if there was ever to be a question on any of our travel or the public purpose. And so I think this might actually be my last one before questions. Again, it just comes down to documentation. We want to protect you all, because it's one of those audit sayings that if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And so relying on someone's memory or, well, I can explain what happened is great. And we know that people can, behavior is explainable, but if it doesn't happen in the system with documentation, then we can't help, right? We can't help answer those questions for you. And then we are trying to dig out of a hole of well, shoot, we didn't actually document that. And so we don't have evidence of why something looked weird or why something was strange. And so we just ask anytime something is strange, documentation, you know, if it's a picture, if it's a memo, if it's a doctor's note, because unusual doesn't mean prohibited necessarily or unallowable. It may be very reasonable that we took an Uber like 0.1 mile to a restaurant because that restaurant was located across a freeway, right? And we don't want to be doing like the leapfrog across the interstate running to get to that restaurant. But if you were on the face of it, just to see an Uber trip for 0.1 miles to a restaurant, that might cause some questions. Like, was that the most economical use of county dollars? Well, in this case, yes, right? In other cases, maybe, right? So just keep that in mind. And then there's a 30-day requirement. So 30 days from when travel commences. And again, you know, please fold in your district directors as much as possible on this piece, because they have all of the next steps that need to happen to get this into the system, to make sure everything is tied out and closed out. They're really your best friend on these things. And then just, you know, a reminder, you do have the $5 incidental because there are several things that aren't allowable for reimbursement. You know, $5 doesn't seem like a lot, but yeah, we're based on the state. What can I say? This is what we have. So, but again, medical accommodations are allowed. I want to emphasize that. If people have it though, it's a pre-travel thing. So connect with us. We'll tell you what that entails. It does involve working more with HR than finance. We don't want to know what the medical accommodation is. It doesn't go in the system. It's more of a memo that says there's a medical accommodation on file. So I can give an easy example of that is that maybe someone has a medical accommodation and we receive a memo that says this person has a medical accommodation to allow them to have an aisle seat through March 31st. And maybe that person broke their leg. Well, we don't know they broke their leg. And so they need the aisle seat. And so, or they need the, you know, larger space on the airplane to put their broken leg out, but we don't have to know that. We just need to know what accommodation is necessary and what is the end date. Some are no end dates, right? If people have something that's not necessarily going to go away, like a celiac, right? That's an indefinite. They're indefinitely allowed this accommodation. So I just want to note that privacy is always respected on this. Nothing of a personal nature goes into the system other than this is the accommodation they're approved for this duration. Okay. Yeah. Well, I used to say if you break your leg, you need an exit row because it's more space, but then I figured the plane probably doesn't want you in the exit row with a broken leg. So I don't know, help me out with that, but I think you guys get the idea. So with that, see, that was 30 minutes. So
you did good.
Again, please though, later, if anything, I'm happy to answer more questions later as well.
If I may share, you know, first of all, thank you, Siri. And I know this is like not the most fun part of any of our jobs, and I suppose most particularly yours. But I think it's really important to talk about that negative headline test. And the truth of the matter is, this is not our money. This is not our district's money. This is the people's money. And so we want to make sure that we have used it to the best and highest use. And of course, that as a minimum takes into account what the requirements are of state law. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate you showing us what the state law versus what we have some flexibility on. And I know people here take their jobs very seriously. We're a very active board. We do travel quite a bit, both statewide and nationally, on behalf of our community and on behalf of our districts. And so I think it's really important that we're able to show to the people that they got a good bang for their buck. And I think the way to do that is exactly the pre-authorization and exactly what you've outlined for us. So thank you. And the second part about this is, if a mistake is made, and that happens, we're all humans, we make a mistake, it's really important that you all get back to us in a timely manner. Or if we're misinterpreting the policy or whatever, please let us know. You know, I know that nobody's going to try to intentionally get around any of it. We really are trying to do the right thing. And sometimes it's just inconvenient to keep track of everything, but it is our responsibility. So if we've made a mistake or whatever, please get in touch with us and let us know.
Thank you. Yes, noted.
Any other comments by the board? No? Okay, thank you, Siri. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
this update and presentation. I think we learned something here today. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and resolve as a flood control district board for discussion item. Presentation discussion regarding the flood control district financial review, flood control district with Adriani. Are we?
Yeah, I think you want us to resolve, don't you, as if like it's so moved?
Second.
Aye.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you again this afternoon. I'm Lucinda Andriani. I serve as Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Administrator, and appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief update. I know that schedules are very tight today with plans to travel to Phoenix. So we're going to condense this a bit today, but know that if you have any questions, obviously you can follow up with us afterward. And we'll do our best to answer those questions. We're doing a financial update, but importantly, one piece that I will go over is to discuss where we have come with our total amount of ineligible and other costs that are not covered by the grants for the post-wildfire flood mitigation. And so, fortunately, we've done very well to date in addressing those costs and both lowering what we expected those costs to be, as well as, frankly, the loan that the board provided out of the general fund. We were expecting that those projects that got funded through the loan would consume the vast majority of that loan. The cost came in lower. We're very fortunate to have a very efficient contractor and a set of engineering teams. As well, we were also able to secure funding to help offset some of the costs that we experienced from both the response in 22 as well as the short-term flood mitigation in 22, as well as offset the portion of the match for the NRCS grants through a grant from DFFM, Department of Forestry and Fire Management. So we were able to utilize that loan to cover those costs, which we had not anticipated back in 22, 23 when we started going down this path. So I'm going to cover that as well. I can see. So just to touch on a few accomplishments, I know we provide updates to you generally every week or every other week. So these running numbers are available to you, but we've invested in terms of what we've actually spent to date. We're at about 75 million. If you include the prior and today's GMPs that were approved, we're at about $105 million now. So significant amount of investment. Really the biggest chunk still to expend now is the Protect grant. That was about $19 million. So, and you can see some of the other statistics here and what we've accomplished. A tremendous amount of work, particularly on forest. That is the game changer, is being able to reduce that sediment on forest and the debris so that whatever we construct in the neighborhoods will actually convey water through the neighborhoods much more safely, as you're all well aware of. Peaceful Way Flood Mitigation Project, that was Peaceful Way was one of the 4 corridors under one of the 2 grants that we got from NRCS. And Peaceful is the fourth and final corridor to be mitigated, which then brings us to a total that we've mitigated 7 of the 9. Well, we've mitigated 8 of the 9 when it's completed. And it will be completed by the end of March. They're actually going to complete the pipe work this week, and then next week pour the concrete for the inlet, and then we've got to do the reseeding and mulching and some of those types of activities that'll take them probably into March. But I expect that the likelihood will be done probably even before the end of March with that. So that's 8 of the 9 corridors that were burned by the pipeline fire will have been mitigated. Now we're, initiating construction on the government tank, as you saw this morning. We have, you approved, thank you, 3 of the major projects there. 1 off forest, 2 on, 2 off forest, 1 on forest. And prior, you had approved the government tank lower fan project as well. So this is the listing of projects that will take place and the timeline that we're expecting at this point. The one element that is not on the list that I mentioned this morning, the last GMP to come through with this effort, is the crossing of Highway 89 at the government tank corridor. We had an excellent meeting with ADOT last Friday, and are frankly utilizing a concept that they proposed in terms of constructing that crossing, which is we're actually going to bore that crossing. There's going to be a 1-inch thick steel, solid steel pipe that will be bored through underneath the highway. And they were very comfortable in that approach, and we're able to answer all the technical questions related to that. So at this point, we've got a few other pieces of information to provide to them, but we're doing some additional geotech, looking at soils and so forth. But we don't expect that to change the outcome, and that we expect them to issue the encroachment permit. Obviously, we have to encroach on that area. And so, although it won't be very obvious to those traveling, well, there'll be a lot of construction on the side of the road, but not the road itself. So the positive of that is, 1, it's obviously much less disruptive to Highway 89, but 2, it's also half the cost, which is really a good thing. So, so you'll still see that. And then Sean will touch on the.
By the way, would you let us know when they're doing that? I really want to see this.
Absolutely.
It's going to be
No,
pretty amazing.
we've already decided we're going to sell tickets and put up bleachers because everyone's really excited to see that. It's an interesting way that they do it. They actually use smaller machines. You'd think it might be a big auger, but for a pipe that size, 10 foot, they'll actually be using smaller machines that will be in augering out the material. It's pretty interesting. And then that goes into a pit. That pit material then has to be transported away. It's quite a process. So, but they've done, this will be the largest bore that they've done under ADOT in the state. But they've had ones that were were very large, being that were done by the same company that we're going to utilize. So they've got good experience. This is the pipeline flood mitigation investments map that you've seen historically. And this does not include what was approved today and some of the projects approved prior that have not yet gone to construction or are in construction. The conclusion of the Peaceful Way costs will still be added to this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean. Again, we've kind of condensed this piece a little bit. So he'll reference the page numbers as he goes through it. We're not going to go into the real detail of each grant, but certainly you can look at that. If you have questions, certainly feel free to raise them now or raise them, later. And then it will come back to me and I'll talk about the ineligible costs.
All right. Thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Puyama. I serve as the Flood Control District Program Manager. And as Lucinda mentioned, we're going to kind of run through this pretty quickly for the sake of time. But we'll go ahead and start first with this slide. You've seen this slide before. We've brought this to the board a couple of times in some of the previous presentations. And really, it's just to highlight all the different awards that we've received to help with the mitigation efforts in Schultz Pipeline. Starting from the top left to the right, you'll see the Good Neighbor Award Authority through the U.S. Forest Service. We've got the 2 NRCS awards, one for pipeline, which covers 4 of the 9 watersheds, Wupaki Trails, Brandis Way, Copeland, and Peaceful Way. And then we've got the NRCS award for the government tank corridor. We also recently have received the Protect Grant Award, which is through the Department of Transportation. That one's for 15.5 million. And then we've also received some state funding through DFFM and Arizona Department of Transportation. And those are really to make up the match that's required for the NRCS awards as well as the Protect Grant. The U.S. Forest Service Award, the Good Neighbor Authority, is 100% covered by the agency. So the other 2 have that breakup of 75 to 25% match when it comes to the construction component. And that's kind of important to understand, is that there's also a technical assistance component which covers engineering costs, and that is covered 100% under NRCS. So again, for the sake of time, we'll kind of run through these very quickly. Again, this is just a highlight of the Good Neighbor Authority, and these slides are in your packet, so if you do have questions about them, please feel free to reach out to us. But the next couple of slides, again, I'll run through very quickly, just go over some of the details regarding the NRCS awards, gives you an idea of where we are in terms of the utilization of the awards. I will say that we are close to finishing up the pipeline award, which was the initial award that we used to do the mitigation in Wapaki, Brandis, Copeland, and now Peaceful. We are coming to the end of Peaceful. We do anticipate that this award will be completed by the end of this fiscal year. And then this last slide here kind of gives an overview of how the funds have been expended, what we're estimating our future expenditures to be, and kind of where we see ourselves ending in terms of the award balances. We provided the same information for the government tank award. Again, this corridor is kind of just kicking off. We've done a little bit of work, a little bit of engineering, so we haven't expended a lot of the resources for this particular corridor, but part of those GMPs that you saw today, this morning, are for the government tank corridor. So those are going to be coming in pretty quick, and we're going to be doing the work here fairly quickly in the next couple of months. Again, this is just a recap highlight slide that kind of shows current expenditures, what our remaining balance is to date, what we plan to expend with the GMPs we have listed and the engineering that has to happen, and then kind of gives you an overall final estimate of what we expect the balances to be. We won't go too much into this, but again, reminder, there is a match for the NRCS award. This slide kind of goes over how that's broken up in the partnership with DFFM. We have expended about 4.5 million of that match, with the remaining balance of 6.2. The match was for 10.88 million. And again, this is tying into the construction component of those NRCS awards. This does not tie into the TA, which is the technical assistance. That's covered 100% by NRCS. So really quickly, I just wanted to touch briefly on the Protect grant. Like Lucinda mentioned, that is the grant that we have with the Arizona Department, or I'm sorry, with the Department of Transportation, Federal Highways. This has been in the works for a little over a year. We initially applied in August of 2023, and we were notified of the award, of acceptance of the award. It's a nationally competitive award, and we were the only recipient in the state of Arizona. The reward is for roughly 19.4 million, with a match of approximately 3.7 million, which is secured through Arizona's DOT's Arizona AZ Smart program. There is a district contribution of 191,000, which will be covered by the district. And we are currently in the process of formalizing the final grant agreement with Federal Highways. And we do plan to bring this to the board, hopefully on January 28th. The next slide is to talk a little bit about the general fund loan. Lucinda mentioned the general fund loan earlier. In 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved 2 emergency loans to help the district support immediate flood response and mitigation efforts. The initial loan was for $5 million for the immediate emergency response, and then an additional $10.5 million for immediate initial long-term mitigation efforts. The district was able to use these funds to complete some long-term mitigation projects, including the Wapaki Trails Storm Drain Project, as well as cover ineligible costs that were not eligible under either the federal or state awards. Very recently, the district has expended the full amount of this loan. We're now in the process of working with the finance department as well as county and district legal counsel to formalize this loan and establish a payment schedule, which will begin in FY26 for a term of 10 years. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass it over to Lucinda unless you have any questions.
Great, thank you, Sean. Before I get started, I just wanted to point out that Joe Leverage from J. Fuller's here and Alan Hayden from Natural Channel Design Engineering are here with us this afternoon, and Julie Lead is here from Peak Engineering, who are, all playing really critical roles in this project. And Julie's really my right-hand person when it comes to managing all the engineers on not only all of these projects, but Tucson and Protect and everything else. So thank you all. Thank you for being here and thank you for your contributions. So
Lucinda, Rick Schroeds is also on virtually. Just
oh,
so you're
great,
aware.
great. Hi, Rick. So just to make sure we're clear, specifically under the NRCS grants, there are certain costs that are ineligible. And, you'll hear Sean say that technical assistance is fully funded, by NRCS, but it's funded up to a certain amount. You're awarded the construction funds, and then it's a percent that we negotiate with them that we're able to secure to support the engineering and construction related, some of the construction related costs. And so, but there are costs that are ineligible. Some of those costs include anything road related. They don't cover any, if you impact a road as part of your project, you can't get those costs covered under the grant. Fencing. So in many cases, for example, these projects, typically we try to bifurcate the property lines and take the storm drain or channel down the property line so that it's less impactful to the people's properties, right? And it tends to be a more open space. Obviously, there's less structures because of setbacks. It ends up being less costly, fewer utilities, because utility relocations are not included as well. They're ineligible. So there's a set of these costs that are ineligible, but they're still costs of construction that we have to contend with. Originally, we estimated those costs to be 10 to 12 million. In addition, we also at that time had not secured any funding through DFFM for the NRCS grant match. So originally, if I go to the next slide here, this was a slide presented in January 2023 that outlined what we thought those costs would be. And I'll be honest with you, the 10 to 12 million was pretty much a swag by Sean and I in terms of really trying to think about and look at some other projects and think about what those costs might be. And because we hadn't even gotten the money at this point. We didn't get the money till March of 23. So March and April. So at that time, we thought it would be estimated at 20, 22 million would be in that ballpark. And frankly, that's pretty much where we are. Although I think our numbers right now for estimated costs to complete both Government Tank and Peaceful Way are pretty conservative. What are some of the actions we took to reduce those ineligible and other costs? One, we secured the grant. We pursued the grant with the FFM. That was obviously really significant. We pursued the grant match through the State Transportation Board for the grant match, from the vast majority of the grant match for the Protect grant. Almost every single, I think all the GMPs actually on and off forest have come in under budget, some significantly under budget. Frankly, for the on forest, it behooves us, and Alan and I, we're going to spend every dollar. We're going to do everything we can on forest because we have no match. So there's no financial consequence, right? And we've worked really well. The Forest Service has incorporated their projects in to that effort as well, which has been a great partnership. And that's really shows a great example of the good neighbor authority and why getting that extended. Now it's been extended, as I understand, to the Park Service. And we're asking to have it extended for for some components of forest restoration through the farm bill. Why that is so important, because it allows us to work together and identify projects that we want a partnership on. And then it frankly, it's fairly easy for them to then allocate, more easily allows them to allocate funding. And then in two of the corridors, though, we did have to reduce the storm design, both for Wupaki and for government tank. We for technical and financial reasons, we had to reduce those. So we have less costs, particularly in government tank. We're going to have lower costs than we anticipated, which is good because that lowers the amount of match that we have to make. So, and then what are some costs contributing to, what are these major costs that are contributing to the ineligible and other costs? Those I mentioned are not necessarily shown here, right? Fencing, the roads, that type of thing. But one key piece to the cost is this crossing a government tank, the crossing a government tank of Highway 89, which I mentioned earlier. We had estimated at $3 to $3.5 million. And now with the ability to bore that, we'll probably be at around $2 million. So that's a significant opportunity to lower the costs, and we're excited about that. We did add, as Sean mentioned, we did add the storm drain project at Wupaki Trails. But again, we were still under our goal for the design storm throughout the pipeline flood area was to get to a 25-year post wildfire. We're more like here probably at about 15 to 18 year, even with the storm drain project. But that storm drain project sure proved its value when we had that 3-inch event that last July, or July before, July 23, I guess that was. That really showed, demonstrated the value of that. We have additional NRCS match. When we requested the additional funding from NRCS to cover additional costs in the pipeline award, which was really driven by the 4 semiconductor plants that are being constructed in this, or 3 semiconductor plants that are being driven by those being constructed in the state. The cost of steel and concrete in the state has gone up significantly in that time frame because they're consuming mass quantity. If you've seen the project off 17 there at 303, that's one of 3 plants. And we experienced cost increases. We went back to NRCS. They provided additional funding. That additional match, we're not going to need all that additional match because we're not expending the full amount of construction dollars, but we do expect about $500,000. I have requested, I will be requesting from DFFM if they have any more funding in the DFFM Wildfire Fund, or if it gets refunded this year. And I know we're going to make a big effort to try to get that, at least some level of that funded this year. I will make the request for that $500,000. We also exceeded the technical assistance associated with the pipeline award as well by about 800,000. I think that may well come in under, but I have already requested that through NRCS to see if we can transfer technical assistance funding out of government tank into the pipeline award, or utilize, we do have excess construction dollars. Could we utilize the excess construction dollars without the match? So we'll see if we're able to get them to be willing to shift those costs from government tank to this award. So, this slide kind of outlines all the points that I've made pretty much. But if you look through now, how do we deal with the excess costs and ineligible costs that we have? We've captured about 8.5 million of that through the loan, but the loan now has been expended. So what we're looking at now is probably somewhere between 3 and 3.5 million. It may come in less. Again, with this ability to bore the highway crossing, it could come in closer to 2.5 million. To transfer that out of the district's fund balance, Ceres confirmed that fund balance is at about approximately 13 million, of which we had put into the budget for this year 9.1 million for forest restoration. That was kind of our where we're holding those funds to use not only for this year but future years for forest restoration, but utilizing those funds to cover this additional cost. Of that total additional cost, about 2.2 million will come out of that flood control base budget. We had budgeted money toward the ineligible costs for this year. So a portion of that was budgeted for. So, if you look at, the total amount, and then in terms of that total amount, we will still end up remaining in fund balance and flood control of 4.6 million, which that combined with the new revenue coming in next year will be what you'll be looking at during the budget process and how do you want to expend those funds. And Director Fowler asked a good question over the lunch hour, where are funds for future investment for forest restoration? And what I indicated was the 4.6 million plus, the revenue that came in. Now, not all the revenue is dedicated to forest restoration. We have to run our NFIP program, and, we'll have some additional, flood mitigation costs, but there will still be significant revenues there to fund forest restoration if that's the desire of the board and remains the priority of the board, which I would certainly endorse. And I think what we're witnessing now in LA certainly supports that. Anything we can do to reduce this risk is going to be significant. In addition to what we'd look at for next year, though, this year we are investing. Jay has worked really closely with TNC, the Nature Conservancy, and we're going to invest $2,064,000 in the Upper Rio Hawk Little Wing projects. And then as well, the 2.8 million on Bill Williams Mountain to continue our work there. And so we will be investing, 4.8 million this year in forest restoration. We expect future years, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with forest restoration funding on behalf of the federal government. We're partnering with them on these projects. They have funding available now. Will they in their future? Obviously, that's a key advocacy piece for DC when we go back, is continuing to advocate to them that they have to put money in as well. We're here. We're going to try to match and be supportive of those projects. And frankly, we think they should prioritize these projects because we are investing, right? And we have a significant threat. So I think that recaps a lot of the numbers. I know I met with you individually to go through these numbers. I think that recaps the numbers. Certainly, then there's this is a recap in a table here as well. But certainly if you have any questions about that continuing, obviously, you all got my cell phone number, call me. And we can walk through it further. One additional point I wanted to share with you is that I really see the district now moving into a transition period. We're really going to be culminating over the next fiscal year, starting in July. Really, the goal is to culminate these post-wildfire flood mitigation projects over that time frame, over, I'll say, the next 18 months. The biggest component of that now going forward after we complete government tank course will be the highway-related work. But now we're entering into this transition, and this really, I think, I want to recommend to the board and advocate that we initiate a long-term planning process. I think that we're in a position now to step back a little bit and start looking to the future. And where do you want to invest? And how much of the money that we project we would have, would we want to invest in forest restoration? We certainly have other areas that we want to look at beyond Upper Rio and Bill Williams Mountain, Mormon Mountain, flooding impacts potentially into Munns Park, flooding impacts from Oak Creek Canyon into Sedona. There are other opportunities for us to move the needle on forest restoration in some key areas. So I'm proposing that we initiate this project process. One key piece of this is going to be updating. We did a series of initial engineering assessments of our FEMA special flood hazard areas back in the 2015, 2016 timeframe. The only project that we were able to actually complete was Mountain Dell. And that was because it was the lowest cost project and the most technically feasible. And we did complete that one project, but the other areas that we assessed, Munns Park, Fort Valley, Coconino Mountain Air, we were unable because of post-wildfire flooding to move forward with anything in those areas. So my plan is to update those so I can bring back more current information relative to those areas. It'll be at a conceptual level. This is not going to be engineering deep dive. This is going to be, I won't say, it'll be a conceptual level look. Another component to that is that we did not do an IEA with Sedona at that time because we had a different type of arrangement going with Sedona at that time. So I would also want to do that, get an IEA done for Sedona. Fortunately for Tucson, which is our other big floodplain area, special hazard floodplain area, we worked with the community there, the town, to secure the grant. And we're launching, in fact, the proposals for the engineering will be submitted in Wednesday, and we hope to have a consulting engineer hired to begin that process to develop those projects. So that will take place. That'll take the place of an IEA in frankly, a lot more detail. But so we'd have the information, I think, some good information by August, September timeframe to start that process and start having that conversation. Obviously, whatever we lay out in the plan is not in concrete. Things could change. We could have another wildfire. Other things could happen, but at least it would give you all a roadmap, give everybody a roadmap going forward. Through this IEA process, we'll reach out to the communities again, get additional input. So I think it's time, and that it's time that we start looking to the future. So that's the conclusion of our presentation today. If you have any questions or comments, certainly welcome those.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. Again, just really appreciate the work and, in light of the catastrophe that's happening in Los Angeles, it really makes us think about how important thinning the forest is, how important those projects that we're working on with the flood control district to do forest thinning are, and why we need to continue to be looking for those areas, as was mentioned earlier in public comment, about really looking at forward thinking of prevention. And so we're not always just reacting. And so again, thank you for the work.
Thank you. Agree.
Yes, I thought Laura Huneke made some great points this morning. And by the way, I believe that we as a board have always looked for ways that we can increase our resiliency and increase mitigating the risk for our community. But I think it's one of those, climate change is real, it's ongoing, it's affecting us, it's affecting California in a big way, but it's really affecting the whole country. And I like the idea of maybe looking more in-depth and long-term with regards to some of what she brought up. And I look forward for that in the future. As for flood control district for now, a couple of comments I'd like to make. First and foremost, just to absolutely recognize and applaud the unbelievable effort that has gone in on the flood mitigation projects since 2022 for our community. I mean, I don't think you can find the type of response and the type of mitigation, not to mention the speed of which it was all accomplished anywhere else in the country. And a lot of that was due to friends in high places. We had incredible support by then Congressman Tom O'Halloran. We had incredible support by our two senators, Sinema and Kelly. We had incredible support within the Department of Agriculture, within the U.S. Forest Service, all the state of Arizona. I mean, it was definitely a heavy partnership laden, all hands on deck to get this done. And it was done. And quite frankly, you don't see that often. And so I just want to compliment you, the folks in the flood control district, the wonderful folks that are with us here today, our private sector who jumped in. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, you guys were here really from the time the fire started to work on this. And it was a tremendous effort that we can all be so proud of. And, my board members here were awfully good too. I mean, I don't know how many times we were in Washington on our knees begging, but it worked. Really, it was really a tremendous effort. So I don't want that to be lost as we move forward, but we have to move forward. And that gets us to the second part of my comments. And that is, I appreciate you robbing Peter to pay Paul, because that's what we're doing. And we have to acknowledge that. And this money that we're doing to complete the project that does need to get completed has a cost in other areas. So two costs that I see, two big areas. When we went to the public and asked them to increase our flood control district tax, it was because we wanted to put money in forest restoration. Going back to Supervisor Vasquez's comment and the comment from Laura Huneke this morning, we have to get out of this vicious cycle. It's not going to change. Climate change isn't going to change, it's going to just get worse. And so we really need to do what we can on forest restoration. On the other hand, again, robbing Peter to pay Paul, is we have had, even before I was on the board, certainly Supervisor Fowler knows this much more detail. There was a list of projects that needed to be accomplished as part of our special flood hazard area projects. Those were all put on hold because we had emergency projects. And guess what? They haven't gone away. They've only gotten worse. And quite frankly, some of them have even kind of raised an ugly head that we didn't know was there. For example, Tucson and the needs that are happening there. So, we do need to try to, and I agree with you, it is definite time for us to have some flood control district planning. We need to sit down, we need to take a look at how we're going to prioritize not only the special flood hazard area projects, the non-emergency projects is what I call them, and and how are we going to continue to move forward with forest restoration. I'm concerned that the same commitment that was made by the federal government during the past 4 years may not be there, but it may. We've got to do everything we can, and this board's got to do everything we can to advocate to get that funding at the levels we need to protect our communities, to at least mitigate the health and safety risks that we have for living in the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. And so I look forward for us moving forward with a flood control district meeting. I look forward to the board taking a look at these projects, prioritizing, having a set in place and how we're going to prioritize these projects. Talk very specifically on what we're going to do with regards to forest restoration. And then once we have our act together on how we're going to move forward, we need to invite all of the stakeholders in the flood control district so that we're all sitting down, we're sharing the same information, we're hearing back from them, and we're moving forward, and hopefully some understanding and an agreement. So, again, tremendous effort, great job. I mean, great job. But there's more to do. It never ends. And that's where all of us will continue to work together to get the job done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to first thank our partners who've been with us since Schultz Fire 2010. And when those projects were done, we thought we were done. Never did we think that we're going to have another wave of fires after fire after fire, flood after flood. And after the Schultz fire, we actually took a tour. Tucson, we went Highway 80. Highway 80, we went down to Oak Creek, we went to Muntz Park, and we went throughout the county saying, okay, this is the situation here. We were even downtown. If the west side of the mountain burns, you are now 8 feet under the water. So, these are, we need to go back and go do that again. And that when you said it's time to look long term, and I'm really happy to hear that now. However, we have to be really cautious because we did that the last time. We really did, and we thought that Schultz Fire, all the partners came together. Thank goodness, partners were there, and now we all know how to work together now. You all do. And then congressional leadership is so important. We've been so fortunate to have Tom O'Halloran, Congressman O'Halloran there. Boy, did he help us. And his assistance there, we're still using that today.
Absolutely.
And we have our Senator Sinema and Kelly just been so good there. And we hope that these new administration that comes in will be able to really take disaster in wildfire drought country seriously, not just look at disaster in terms of hurricane or tornadoes, really look at how we listen to some of the things that we're challenged with in the West. And now, it's not just the West, it's even the East Coast now. They're starting to see it. So I think that what we're looking at and where we've come from and where we are today, it's been a lot of piecemeal, but it's been a good piecemeal. So I think that right now we're trying to look back and say, okay, what have we gone through? What have we learned from it? What policies can we change? Which one should we look at? How do we address this? And I don't know if there was another fire, then where do we get the funding again? Those are things that we have to really look at. And that's where I think our policy change, our advocacy has to, at the same time, change and saying, okay, what's our strategy here? How do we go back to DC and say, okay, you've been helping us this far. How do we say, help us continue to help us help ourselves. Basically, that's what we've been saying, and that's what we've been doing. And so I'm just really happy to hear you just say, I perked up when you said, okay, now it's the time for long term. I really do believe that. And we did have all the community stakeholders come together. We had drew it out, and let's dust all that off and see where we were and where we're going to take that now. So I think that our communities are going to be excited to hear that. I'm really happy and just want to thank you and your team for learning through the process. Learning, there's been a lot of learning that took place, especially all our partners trying to fit in. Where do I fit in at first? And then you all say, okay, this is how we work together. And thank goodness for Jay for coming on board. We didn't realize, I think we knew it, but we didn't know how to hire a, forest restoration. We didn't know how to fit that in at first. And now we do, and we really do need to really look into the future and how do we, I know the stakeholders get together and saying, how do we work together and which one should we address first? Yeah, I think it's really important that that continues, and how we do that. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that discussion, looking forward to a lot of homework that needs to be done, and looking into how we're going to move forward. So thank you. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. And it's a compliment to the board. And we added up the figures of what's been invested to date. We're at about 10 million that's been invested in forest restoration, mostly Bill Williams Mountain to date from us. And then certainly more money by our partners, but our Forest Service in particular. But that's a huge investment when you look at, the revenue stream, right? So.
Yeah, Bill Williams, we didn't even know that we had to do that until
Joe did the study.
Yeah,
Joe did the
just
study.
comes up with this. Yeah, and we said, oh my goodness, it's like when we first heard about it, it's like Bill Williams. That was a really great study, the expertise that is here.
Yeah, we
Now,
have tremendous team and expertise.
Across the country, small counties or rural counties really are challenged. They just don't know how to move forward. They don't have the staff. They don't even have an emergency manager. Which staff did you tap into? There's a lot of questions, and yet here in our town, here in our county, the expertise are here. We've been very fortunate to have that.
Very
Even
fortunate.
NAU with the forestry department, we've been very fortunate to have them here. So I just want to thank our educational institutions and all the partners. I mean, talk about first responders. They know how to work together here. You all are a network. And I want to thank each and every one of you. If you're not here, I want to just sound it out so you can feel it out there wherever you are, because you have really saved our community here. Otherwise, we couldn't have done it without you and all the partners just being able to advocate with us. It wasn't just us advocating, it was others as well. So thank you.
Ms. Andriani, thank you again for the time that we spent last week. And I actually saw this presentation a matter of days ago. So the second time around has been very good for me. I believe I stated in the meeting that we had that I tend to be a very pragmatic individual. And so I believe that if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And so I am always supportive of long-term planning. There's always the potential that something may come up and surprise us, but that cannot negate long-term planning. You got to have a plan, and if it happens, you figure it out. I also am a person of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So many of these projects that are being done, I'm very supportive of. The one thing that, perhaps those are my comments and perhaps this next one is a question, but you had mentioned several, we have to figure out what we want to do. The board needs to figure out what we want to do. You mentioned Mormon Mountain, you mentioned Munns Park, I think Oak Creek Canyon. Is there a way, and I think it goes to, we didn't even know we needed, there was a comment, we didn't even know we needed to do Bill Williams until somebody said, you know, we need to do that. I think rather, I would say that as a board member, I think that we need that outside expertise to help guide us in how we prioritize these projects. It's not necessarily district-wide. It's what is best for the county as a whole. How is that done? How are we going to get that kind of expertise prioritizing that will really help this board come up with a long-term plan?
So one, we're, again, as Director Fowler mentioned, we're extremely fortunate. And two people who are really key to this discussion are, in particular, is Joe Leverage with Jay Fuller, who they've done all of our post-wildfire flood modeling. So we were fortunate to have gotten a grant from FEMA back in 2014, something in that time frame. And Joe looked at it countywide, and he identified what were the top priority areas, which really boils down to what are the areas that are at higher risk that have assets. And there's areas all over that have no assets at risk, right? If it burns and floods, it isn't going to impact anything. Might impact the environment, but beyond that. So we have that study. Then he did a deeper dive more recently on the Upper Rio to really look at what would that constitute. Both those studies, we then worked with NAU Economic Policy Institute to generate the economic impact analyses to know what would it cost us financially. And one, that's important for the board to understand because that's part of what you think about in prioritization. It's also very impactful in DC to have that kind of data to share that comes from third-party experts who do analyses in these arenas. Isn't our number, it's their number, right? And so we do have the expertise. We're extremely fortunate. In addition to that, with this special flood hazard area, the IEAs, there's two other engineering firms, Civil Tech, who did both Mountaineer and Fort Valley. They've done almost all of the engineering for the post-wildfire flood area. I've been very involved with the Tucson area historically. And then, who am I forgetting? Oh, Atkins did the IEA for Coconino Mountaineer. All of those firms are the premier hydrological engineering firms, I would say, in the Southwest, not just in Arizona. And so we're very fortunate. These are people who work. Atkins, for example, they are a key consultant to FEMA. So we've got people who have contact points into FEMA and to other entities. So as we begin to, we're not going to be able to do this with our own resources. This isn't going to happen. We're going to have to get grants through FEMA, very competitive national competitions. So we have to have the information. This is a kind of a first step in this process, but I think for you to say, hey, here's what we see right now as the priorities. And we did this last time when we came back with the IAs. The number one project was Mountain Dell, next was Munns Park. But the project in Munns Park, when Jay Fuller did the additional analysis there, that project had downstream impacts into the canyon in Sedona. We couldn't do that. Obviously, that's immoral and illegal. So we had to look, but now we have to look for others. There is no simple solution in Munns Park. It's as bad or as bad. I mean, it's got tremendous flood flows, very similar to Tucson. Not quite as much as Tucson, but very similar. These aren't going to be easy decisions in terms of priorities. And it may be like we submit grants and which one strikes a chord somewhere and we get the money and we act, right? So I think all the people will attest. I'm very pragmatic and very proactive, and sometimes very aggressive about getting out there, right? But we've got to work with our communities and bring them along. Because they don't necessarily grasp all the consequences, right? Or grasp what is the reality, right? There's been discussion about an old stock pond that existed in Munns Park. Well, the stock pond will have zero impact. We could restore that stock pond. It's not going to affect the thousands of CFS that are going through there. I mean, and part of that's helping them understand that, right? Showing them, Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
Well, we like assertive, not aggressive. Okay. But I think we have to be realistic on what's going on in California and
Yeah.
in light of what went on in the Southeast and some of the water and flood damage. But now after California, there's not going to be FEMA money. The money that's there is going to be eaten up and probably correctly so, given the magnitude of the damage that's been done. But so I think we just have to be realistic as we move forward and decide what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, where we're going to do it. And God forbid there is another emergency. And that goes back to what Supervisor Vasquez was saying. We need to get out of this vicious cycle or we'll just continue to be here over and over again.
That's right.
Okay. So, I just want to say thank you for the job that you guys all do again. But certainly, it's going to be something that we have to all collaborate on, and making sure that we all advocate. And going to Washington, D.C., that's usually a big benefit. And we met with our Bob and Anna this morning too and talked about some of these issues. So, and even at the state level. So I'm just thankful that, we have that opportunity and to do so. So everything we need to do should be prevention. How do we prevent that? Things happening from floods and fires and things like that. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff, your staff, and then our partners, everybody in that, for the flood control district too. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
Madam Chair, members of the board,
Yeah.
if I may, Andy Bertelson, County Manager, I just want to say thank you for thinking about the long-term planning. We always focus on the task in front of us. And in this case, it's been quite a task and we've accomplished those goals. We've built those projects. We've served our communities. At the same time, it's important in everything that we do that we consider our long-term planning process, thinking ahead, working ahead. How are we going to continue to serve community in the way that we serve it now into the future? So really appreciate this conversation and look forward to future conversations.
Thank you.
okay. Okay. Right now, may I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the next item is an executive session item. May I have a motion to go into executive session for item number 44 to obtain legal advice from our legal counsel?
Will we need to come back here after that executive session or can we adjourn after that executive session? Will there be action? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and then it's what we did. Be meeting upstairs. Okay, we're back in the meeting here and regular meeting. And we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It's 3:18 p.m.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say that. Safe travels to everyone. Yeah.